Satnam, welcome everyone. Welcome everyone. Good to see you all. Excellent. A few more people joining in. 1 second. So, eyes are closed, breathing long and deep. Let's connect to the place, this space together. Breathing into that space. Breathing into presence. Breathing into our 6th day together, our 6th day, 3rd weekend of teacher training. Let your breath lengthen. Sit nice and tall, chest out, chin in. And just relax into your beingness. Relax into your space. Allow all the feelings, allow all the senses to register, and yet try not to chase any of them. Just recognize them. Allow your breath to lengthen. Allow everything to be received and accepted without focusing on anything in particular. Inhale. And exhale. Hands at the heart center. Let us tune in. Inhale to tune in. Om Namo Gurudeva Namo. Om Namo Gurudeva Namo. Om Namo Gurudeva Namo. Inhale. Exhale. Adgure name, Jigadgure name, Satgure name, Sri Gurudeve name. Adgure name, Jigadgure name, Satgure name, Sri Gurudeve name. Adgure name, Jigadgure name, Satgure name, Sri Gurudeve name. Inhale. Exhale. Satnam. And before we do our check-ins today, I just wanted to have you notice something. That because since we started our teacher training, we've had you chant something every weekend, right? Like the first weekend was the Mo Mantra 11 times. The second weekend was Podi number 1, Socha Sochna Hove. And I wanted to ask you, in your recitations, have you noticed a relationship you've developed with your sound yet? And that's like the question. But before we answer that question or share that question answer, I want you to tune in one more time with me. And now we're going to do the protection mantra, but faster. Okay. So I want you to listen to the rhythm of this one, and then you can choose which one you want to do. Okay. Hands at the heart center. Adgure name, Jugadgure name, Satgure name, Sri Gurudeve name. Adgure Name, Jagadgure Name, Satgure Name, Sri Gurudeve Name, Adgure Name, Jagadgure Name, Satgure Name, Sri Gurudeve Name. Inhale. Exhale. Now, this one, slower. Adgure Name, Jagadgure Name, Satgure Name, Sri Gurudeve Name. Adgure Name, Jagadgure Name, Satgure Name, Sri Gurudeve Name. Adgure Name, Jagadgure Name, Satgure Name, Sri Gurudeve Name. Inhale. And exhale. So let me have you comment, and I'm just going to call on you just to move this through a little bit faster. Okay, Amber, what do you think?
Well, I generally do the faster one, but I actually just now really love the slower version. It just made me feel so calm and like centered and peaceful.
Good, good. Thank you. Yes, I'm giving you options because what we're really looking for, especially with your recitations at home that we've been practicing, your relationship to your sound current and the positioning of your tongue. So there's precision involved, right? But there's rhythm as well. So that's what we're listening for when we chant the Mul mantra 11 times a day, when we're chanting Socha Sochnahove and whichever pori you're on next. Listen to precision, but also that rhythm and the space in between the sounds, right? So like that's your nod. You're developing the power of your nod. We'll get into more of that with other trainers who are going to work with you more on the nod. But in general, the way you speak, the word choices, the speed of your sound affects your mood. Just FYI, folks, it does affect all of that. Okay, thank you, Amber. Go ahead, Bethany, and then Emmanuel.
Yeah, I usually do the faster version when I'm by myself, and so that's my fave.
Good, good. Thank you, Emmanuel. And then Chris.
Yeah, I tend to do the faster version, so I was like having to slow myself down, which I appreciated. It kind of brought me a little more intimate relationship with myself in that moment. But I also noticed the faster version can be quite uplifting, so it can kind of get you ready for whatever happening next too. So
Good. We're noticing good things. Yes, thank you. And go ahead, Chris.
Geez, there we go. Sorry, I've switched places. I'm kind of feeling like Emmanuel. The faster version is more uplifting. The lower one is more resonating in, it's lower in my body, and it's calmer kind of. But in the other one's, it's higher. So it's kind of like uplift or calm down.
Exactly. Good. Thank you, Satnam. And Sonam?
Pardon me, I'm recovering from many sneezings. I always like it faster. Like, it's funny because I have a really slow japchi, and I mean, it's wildly slow, that I really like. But Mul mantra, I always like it faster. I don't know why.
Yeah, okay, good. What we're really listening for is your pace, your tone, your sound, right? We're really making our bodies becoming a resonant chamber of our own frequency. So it's not just we're here to chant, right? What we're listening to is very sophisticated, and we're developing that kind of awareness as we go on. Because really, folks, it's only our third weekend. Like, amazing. It's only day 6, and look what we're talking about. This is pretty sophisticated stuff. So I just wanted to check in with you now, if you'd like to have a bit of a check-in, just to see where you're at, because I haven't seen you this third weekend. But before we do that, I'd like to welcome Rizwana. Rizwana comes to us from Kenya, but she's somewhere in Seattle. So go ahead, Rizwana. Go ahead and say hi to the group.
Satnam, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for welcoming me. And I already feel like I'm home. And it feels so good to connect with the Kundalini community because I left my whole life back home in Kenya and moving to a totally new place. And I really miss this community feeling. So I'm really excited to be here. And I'm really happy with the welcome that I've received, especially from you. And speaking to you last night was just very therapeutical as well, I must say. And I'm just really looking forward to the journey ahead with all of you.
Great.
And I just wanted to share about the chanting that for me, I depending on how I'm feeling, I would either go faster or slower. But I love the slower more because I love to feel the vibration with every word that I'm chanting, and of course, positioning of the tongue plays a key role for me as well. So that's all I had to say. Thank you, Satnam.
Satnam, thank you and welcome. Your sound, everyone, your sound is your tool, right? Like I want you to understand it's a part of your toolkit, just as much as cold showers, just as much as your Aquarian sauna that we just finished a few minutes ago. It's a part of your toolkit to number one, do what? Type it in. What is in your toolkit right now? Why do we call this a part of your toolkit? To change what? And I want you to answer that. To change my blank. Insert the word. My, very good, Amber. Vibration. My what? My
Frequency?
connection. Yeah, good, good. What else? What else? Resonance. Okay, experience. Excellent, excellent. But overall, I want you to think of Kundalini Yoga as a transportation system. You can take a plane to New York. You can take a train. It'll take longer. You can take a bus called Greyhound. You get my drift, right? Like we can walk for months to get to New York, or we can get on a plane. Now, if you get on a plane, is it economy class or is it first class, right? It's a transportation system. It takes the same amount of time to get to New York on a plane. But the question is, do you suffer along the way, or are you going to enjoy a luxurious ride? Now, the only difference, you're on the same plane, right? You're on the same plane, but why is it that someone next to you is having a horrible time and you're like, oh, this is nice. This is comfortable. I'm going to take a nap. I'm going to listen to my mantras. I'm going to relax. So what we're using Kundalini Yoga for is to shift your attitude, to manage your energy, to shift the focus on a looping thought that you're trying to break away from, right? Like anything like that, anything that you feel is entrapping you, you can really just take a breath and switch your attitude. How many of you know you can do that? Raise your hand. It's in your toolkit. You know, you got something in there. You got something in there. You got some moon mantra. You got some pori. You got some sound, something to shift your energy, right? If you're saying yes, that means you are empowering yourself with Kundalini Yoga technology. There is something here that you can easily shift and get out of. It's like driving in LA traffic. You know, I live in LA, Los Angeles. It's crazy traffic. Even right now, I'm like, what? Isn't everyone supposed to be home? What are you doing out on the road? It's traffic. I went to pick up my dad yesterday. It took me a long time to get there, over an hour and a half. Shouldn't have been that long because we've all been home, but that's normal LA traffic. But the point is, when you don't have Kundalini Yoga, you drive in LA traffic, we get road rage. You just buy into this feeling of, what is that person doing in my lane, right? Like all the injustices, why? We get upset over the silliest things versus what is a phrase, what is something you can type right now that would shift my mindset to get me out of road rage? I'm one of your students in class, right? I'm a student in your class. I walk in class, I'm about to launch off on some negative story, and you're just about to tune in and start class. And this person's like, wah, right? They're going off. What can you say to me so that I can shift gears. We're talking about a person in your class who loves to just tell you whatever's happening in their life. You know, you got a few of those, even online classes. There they are. Yeah, okay, good. Look at what you're saying. Okay, good. Take a big breath in. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, that's a good reminder. Yeah, I am part of the traffic too. Yeah, I am. Inhale, exhale. See, your words are already affecting me. Yes, we are all having a human experience. You know that. We are all having a human experience. But yet, why are some of us calm about it and actually enjoying it, welcoming it, and others are just, no, please, no, not that again, right? So what I'm really describing are people's mindsets. It's just an attitude. So if I focus on something positive, most likely I'm going to have a positive experience. But if my mind automatically kicks over to the negative experience, because Baldev, we did go over the 3 functional minds, right? With the negative, positive, and neutral mind. And everybody, 1, 2, or 3. 1 for negative, 2 for positive, or 3 for neutral. Which is your strongest? 1, 2, or 3? Which is more dominant in you? We know that about you, Baldev. Give me a 1, a 2, or a 3. 1 is negative mind comes first. 2 is positive mind takes over. Like, hey, yeah, opportunities. Or 3, neutral mind, like you're able to step into that. Oh, I see a very positive people. Who's got the 1? Okay, everyone's a 2 except for Emmanuel, right? Emmanuel's the 1. Anyone else? Okay, we know Emmanuel's 1 because he told us his comments when his wife talks, his partner talks to him. It's the first whoa, hold on, let me wrap my mind around it. Okay, now you can tell me. Yes, now I'll go with that plan. We have a tendency to work on that whichever mind first, it takes off. And then positive minded people, that's 80% of the class. We have to, we have to reel it back, pull it back, folks. Come on now, pull it back. Because the first answer is, yes, I am so happy to do that. And then later go, oh, I'm double booked. Ouch, right? And then what do we have to do? Ladies and Baldev, what do we have to do? Because we're so positive minded, how do we come back to ourselves? How do we reframe? How do we get back? Because we're so excited, we're bubbling, we're effervescent, we're keep going, keep out there. What do we do? Thank you, Chris. That's like your answer all day long. Breathe. Good, Rizwana. Use your breath. Come back to your breath. Okay, but listen. The problem is, us positive folks, what are we doing? What are we doing mostly? Are us positive folks? That is actually a detriment. It's actually, oh, why did I let that slip so fast? Oh, why do I say yes so quickly? And now I have to deal with my reality. Yeah, thank you, Chris. You say yes to everything, and then what happens? Go ahead, Chris. Mike, please. You say yes to everything, and then what happens?
So then you feel stressed out because you've got, what am I supposed to do with this now? So then you got to try. Now we have a situation that you have to address.
Okay,
and you can only control yourself, not the other person's reaction.
Very good. Now, Chris, stay right there. Now, everyone, rephrase what Chris just said. What is the problem of being positive minded? Mm-hmm. What is the disadvantage? Okay, we know the advantages because we're positive. We're going to go on and on and on about the list of positive, but I need you to list something that is a disadvantage for this super positive minded person. Oh, Rizwana, you had to go with that one fast, huh? People pleasing. Here it is. What else? Amber, you don't have strong boundaries. So now I'm feeling overbooked with your personal calendar. Okay, Emmanuel, go ahead and tell me about this one.
Like my understanding of the positive mind is not only is it this positive aspects we're describing, but it's searching for the possibility. and in any scenario. So if I'm like, I have this thought that, oh, they did something to me, my positive mind is going to go find all of the evidence in the world and bring it into my brain to convince me of that thing. So if I don't have like a leash on it, it's just going to go grab whatever it wants. And that can be great, and that can be very detrimental in some circumstances when I need to do something else and not entertain that thought.
That's right. Very good. Okay, so he's saying you got to put a leash on it because the positive mind is going to go Google search everything. And it doesn't want to give you one answer. It wants to give you like 9.3 million answers. And that's the problem. Now you have to sit there and sift through it. So the positive mind disadvantage is, especially if it's your dominant, is you over say yes. You say yes to too many things and it really dilutes your energy, right? Go ahead, Bethany.
Sorry, no, I'm
No,
just
no.
agreeing with you.
Okay. Okay. Baldev. Go ahead, Baldev. Positive mind. How it gets you in trouble. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, so that has been in the past. I'm fixing that in my life. It's so easy for me to just, say yes to things and discover that in saying yes, it makes me feel good short term, but long term, sometimes it doesn't serve me, right? So it serves that that I get that instant gratification by pleasing somebody and making myself feel like I have worth in that moment. But then when I analyze all the things that I have to do in order to fulfill that commitment and what it doesn't allow me to do in terms of my other things that I want to do in my life, it's sort of like, well, I just jumped off the cliff. Now where's the parachute? Right? So it's like, oh, you forgot the parachute. Oh, what are we going to do now? So it's like, for me, it's one of the lessons that I've really working on in the last year or so is kind of pulling back the yeses and feeling really positive about saying the no's. And one of the ways I do that is I really, on a practical level, this is a practical level, right? So on a practical level, what I've done is filled up my whole calendar with all the things that I need to do. And so that leaves very little for me to say yes to. But I don't only fill it up with work, I fill it up with going to the chiropractor, going to the acupuncturist, and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I have
Just repeat that.
self-care into the calendar as well as, doing things into the calendar.
Okay. I just lost you for like a tiny second there. But when you are overbooked in your calendar, it leaves very little time for
Self.
because you're overbooked in your calendar.
Yeah. But right now, the way I've done it and worked my life is to book all my self-care into my calendar as well as the things that I have to do work-wise or teaching-wise or so on and so forth. So I have lots of self-care booked in there. And so that when somebody comes and asks me to do something, first thing I do is let me look at my calendar. Pretty much I know what my calendar is, so it's pretty well booked. So it's easier to say no now because I've booked my calendar.
Right. So that sounds like you've booked your calendar as a form of holding space for your available time.
Right, exactly.
Very good, Baldev. Excellent, excellent. Very good. I dare say that us yes folks are a bit risk takers, because in a way you put yourself in a situation and you have to cover yourself somehow. Yeah, Rizwana, go ahead.
So what I realized is that because at one point in time, I wanted to please everybody around me so much that I was just a yes for everything. And I realized the toll that it was taking on me, be it for saying yes to my spouse or my children or the extended family or just generally the friends around me. And I would really beat myself over not standing up to some of the yeses. And then I said, hey, wake up and smell the coffee. You're not superwoman. You cannot do everything for everybody. And for example, lack of planning on somebody else's side didn't mean a matter of urgency to me that I have to stand up for them and say, yes, okay, I'll do it. I'll sort this out. And I started by being kind to myself and really being very practical about what is possible for me and what is not possible for me. And in the end, I was like, there's no way you can please everybody. And there's people that you will go out of your way, even put your life on the line for them, but it will never be good enough for them. So I just started prioritizing myself, taking more time, making more time for self-love, kindness, self-care. And I see that working fine for me, and I'm able to somehow, not 100%, but somewhere I'm getting there slowly, finding a balance between prioritizing the people that I need to please as opposed to pleasing the whole world out there.
Very good.
It
Thank
might
you.
sound selfish, but it is what it is.
Yes, and you know the word selfish is a funny word because people have such a like a negative connotation to it. So if we just want to use the word self-full, then it would feel very full of yourself, right? And really, you have to take care of yourself. If you don't take care of yourself, who's going to take care of you? And then you'll play the card of, oh, can someone help me? I can't help myself. And then we go back into this victimhood and on and on. Go ahead, Bethany.
I really like that, Haridas. And in the coaching world, we call it soulfish because you're caring for your soul. It's not selfish. You're putting your soul first so you can serve from your overflowing cup.
I love that. Thank you, Bethany. And did you call it soul fish?
Instead of selfish, it's soulfish.
Like fish as in a fish, like swimming in the ocean.
No. Just like it's the play on the word of selfish. No, it's
Oh,
selfish.
oh, okay. Okay. I was confused. Okay, great. Soulfish. Yeah, soulfish. Excellent. Ah, so good. You know, sometimes we just need to have these conversations because I've been doing so many of these level twos, and it blows my mind that people haven't learned these lessons. You know, like exactly what Rizwan is talking about. How do you not take care of yourself? Why would you go depleting your energy trying to please someone else? It seems crazy as we just, you know, mention it, but there's so many people out there living in this automatic cycle of wanting to be accepted, wanting to please others so that they can be accepted. And this cycle, vicious cycle, just goes on and on and on. So at this point, I would love for all of you to share where you are at in your third weekend, as in where are you in your process? Because technically, you're alone a lot, you know, like we're not in the class, so we can't really check on you all that much. So I want to hear from you, your practice, what's working, things like that. So let's just keep it down to like 2 minutes or less per person, but I would love to hear where you're at in your practice, okay? So who'd like to go first? Just raise your hand. Just tell me about your practice. Tell me about where you are. Go ahead, Amber.
Okay, so I had a pretty like strong morning practice before we started. So the only challenges I've had is just that I need to be more organized. Like I wake up, I wasn't doing actual like Kriyas every day though. So that's been actually, I mean, I really love it, but I find that I really need to do one, like find one to do at least for a week if I'm not going to commit to 40 days. Because if I just pick one every day, I wake up and I'm sitting there like looking for one to do before I start, and it takes too much time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's something. Sorry, my dog is making a lot of noise. She has a cone on her head and she's trying to scratch her ear.
Oh, okay, great. So Amber, we did mention the Kriya called the Awakening the 10 Bodies, if that's something you're interested, or basic spinal series, or, you know, just something just to get you going, right? Or like today we did the exercise for kidneys, you know, something, or prana apana. Just pick something. You're right. Pick something for a week, and you'll find that if you do it on consecutive days, you're going to get more fluid in your motion. You know, like you'll remember what to do next, or you'll just look at it and go, okay, that's next, versus reading every single line. right? So if you get into the rhythm of doing something for a while, your muscles are actually going to tone faster because you're activating the same ones for like a week or two or something you like.
Okay. I really like the Nabi Kriya. I've been doing that one. So
Me too. I love it. Excellent. Thank you, Amber. I'm just going to call on you. Okay. Emmanuel and then Bethany.
Yeah, things are going well. I think just being here now in the third weekend and some of the material we learned yesterday just really stresses how much I need to get into the book just to kind of fill in, some of the extra information that was brought up that I'm more curious about. And I've been doing a Kriya every day. I've been doing a meditation every day. I haven't been able to get up at 4 as often as I'd like. And I really took that starting with your extremities in the cold shower to heart, and that's made getting in the shower so much easier. Before, I would just jump in and there'd be a lot of terror before that moment. And so like I feel good every morning, and it's really a nice gift to myself every morning to go through the practice. So I'm grateful for the experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Bethany, then Chris, and then Sonam.
Satnam, I've been loving doing my Mool mantra every morning and my ego eradicator and my Sat Kriya and my journaling. I think the growth edge for me is the Japji. It's so fast. It's very difficult for me to catch up, but I'll just keep going what are they called? Puras at a time?
Pauris.
Pauris, yeah.
Pauris. Mm-hmm.
Yes. And last week was my first moon cycle since we started the training. And I noticed how much harder it is to get up early when I'm in physical discomfort and I'm just feeling a little bit more lethargic, and I'm very hard driving and kind of linear and masculine in the way that I function. So I noticed a lot of negative self-talk about having that difficulty of getting out of bed. So just looking to soften into that as we go forward in the training, just to say, okay, this is going to be a little bit different week in terms of my intensity, but self-love and just go with the flow. Satnam.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that reminder, everyone. Self-love, really, we're on this journey. It's maintenance, but also be kind to where you are at, right? Especially if you're on that moon, if your partner is on the moon, Emmanuel, just having that compassion for yourself too, and just being mindful of everything and everyone around you. Yes, we have a serious sadhana, and yes, we have to get to it, but there's that part of you that maybe, Emmanuel, it's not at 4 a.m. Maybe it's at 5:30. Maybe it's at 5:15. Maybe, like you just adjust the clock accordingly, because not everyone gets up at 4. I think it took us several years to get till 4. So be gentle with yourself. Some people are morning risers, some are, night owls, but you just figure out your sadhana. So that's why I say, with a blanket statement, within 24 hours, do your sadhana. Of course, Aquarian sadhana, not Aquarian, but Amrit Vela sadhana, 2.5 hours before the sun, is 40 times more powerful. Okay, if you know that, then you know that, but you're doing the best you can. And I love everyone. If you could just start saying, I'm doing the best I can. They're doing the best they can. We're all doing the best they can, because we just have to accept that everyone's doing the best they can. And if they can't, then, well, that's what they can give us. Okay, Rizwana, no more melting hearts out there and like trying to save people. Like, everyone's doing the best they can. If that's all they got, so what? We're not here to save everyone, right? Same as with our sadhana. We're doing the best we can. Just blanket statement. Love, 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 love. Excellent. Thank you. Sonam. Oh, was it Kristen Sonam? Anyways, one of you two, please.
Hello.
Oh,
go
that's
ahead.
funny. Go ahead, Sonoma.
Okay. So I'm not. My schedule's flopped. I was doing a sadhana at midnight for a while. For a long time now, I'm a night person by nature. However, in the past, I've done. One summer I did the Long Kunkar for 40 days. Actually, I call it the COVID summer. So last summer, I resonate with understanding when you say it's more powerful in the morning. Although I have a big negative mind reaction to mornings, like as a whole. I'm not a morning person. But I'm endeavoring to persist to have a regularity of schedule.
Thank you.
Because otherwise, if I sort of, here's a pocket of time, here's a pocket of time. So that's my effort right now, is the same pocket every day, perhaps.
Good. Thank you, Sonam. And thank you for already taking the course and coming back the second time. So we're here to support you on your practice. Just remember that.
Thank
Excellent. Go ahead, Chris, and then Stavrula.
My son is doing pretty good. I did learn the first few days that 4 o'clock, I am still able to go and turn my alarm off and say, oh yeah, okay, no problem. And then it's 5 o'clock. So I basically gave myself permission to just accept the time from whenever I'm getting to it. I do prefer it in the morning. I prefer getting it done, and then I don't have to try and slot it later on. I do have some things I do in the afternoon prior to this, so I have those going. But it is about trying to find the balance in time, trying to keep organized. That's been one of the biggest things, is how am I going to organize this? I like to organize though.
Good. So what we're really
Yeah.
talking about
Yeah.
is scheduling
Set
time
alarm.
for you. Good. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. And Stavrula, and then Lynn, if you're around, feel free to hop in, pop in, say hi.
I haven't started, I would say regular Kriya practice. So that's my goal, is to actually just, start doing it daily. Because I've been jumping around, and that's been an issue.
Okay.
Normally I'm a very night person, so I'll go to bed at 3, but I try to switch that around, and then it just depends. So I'm a little bit all over the place right now. Just trying to get a schedule going. That's it.
Okay, good. And Stavrula, just tune in and do some breath of fire. Just start little, right? Tune in, do some breath of fire, maybe basic spinal series, because I love that. It's so easy. Shoulders, shrugs, like it's the tiniest little movements, but it's going to make you feel a lot better, because in the body is locked with a lot of tension. When we start doing little movements like shoulder shrugs and ego eradicator, it's not even a lot. Spinal flexing, we're going to start to move the tensions in the body, but most importantly, coordinate it with the breath, coordinate it with the mantras. And then you start to overlay all of that on top of the existing condition, which is whatever you're feeling. Then you're able to transform that into this more oxygenated, rich environment of your breath. So that's what we're going for, is to switch moods, is to increase your prana intake, is to overall make you feel relaxed. Because you know how people are so stressed? They think passing out or like sitting there is relaxation. Zoning out in their phone is like, I just need a moment, right? And they're just looking at whatever social media or the news, and they call it relaxation, but it's not. What relaxation is, because we just taught this in level 2 a few weeks ago, the body has to escape its current tension by actually working out. Like there's an actual component to working out, that when you work out, you produce the good feeling hormones and chemicals, the oxytocin, the serotonin, like the chemicals that start to cascade in your body once you're able to get out. Or if you can't go for a walk, breath of fire, something to change the frequency in which you're in, like Emmanuel said with the water, right? Like water, even water could be a workout, Stavrula. So just however you're feeling is totally fine. That's where you're at. But if you have the energy and the desire to change it, it could be simple as chanting something. And if that's not enough to change, then water. And if that's not enough, Kriya. And if that's not enough, like we just ascend the Kundalini ladder, right? Like there's so much to do. So thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing. And whenever, if it feels right to you, you can turn on your camera so we can see your pretty face, and know that everything is exactly where it is, and it's fine. Thank you, Stavrula. And Lynn, if you're here, we'd love to hear from you.
I need to explain something here, Haridas. This is Lynn, but I'm using a different computer. So
Oh.
it says Chris underneath it. I know it's confusing, but I don't know how to change it. So I'm
Okay.
actually, this is Lynn, but it
Okay,
says
I'm
Chris.
gonna
That's my
change right
husband.
now. Thank you.
Okay,
Lynn.
thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
That's better.
so there's two devices. That's why there's two.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what we were, how much sitting we were going to do. Yesterday felt like a really long day in my body. So I thought I would try actually a chair today.
Yeah, sure. No
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah,
Well,
thank you.
Now, do we know who iPhone is? Because iPhone showed up at Sadhana too, and I'm just wondering.
I don't know.
Who
It's not
iPhone
mine.
is.
I don't
It's
think.
loose.
Oh, it's Lutz.
I just wonder if it's her because sometimes it just shows up as iPhone, but she's
I
not
see.
even
Not on the
connected to
Wi-Fi.
audio yet. So I don't think.
Yeah. Let me. Okay. Huh. I don't see Luz on. Baldev, could you reach out to Luz and see if she's joining us today? She was just at Sadhana earlier.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so everyone's checked in. Okay, Baldev, how are you doing in our third weekend together?
Oh, I'm doing good. Yeah. I had a great time yesterday. I really enjoyed teaching yesterday. It was fun. We learned a lot, shared a lot, got through a lot. It was nice.
Okay.
And Sadhari did a great job on the anatomy stuff, and looking forward to more stuff with that because she's
More today.
really put it together in a way that's very accessible. So I think that's really good. And yeah, it's doing good. Yeah, I look forward to these days, even though it's like, so like now that I'm working like almost full time, so I have like 12 days in a row before I get a day off, right? So, it just is what it is. Luckily, I'm only working 25 hours a week, so it's not the end of the world.
Yes. And it's so funny because we have these moments where we absolutely do nothing. And then when we finally do some work, we're like, oh my God, the work. I've been home for hours, for months, for years. Oh my God, I have to go outside, versus I'm excited to go outside. It's so funny, but that's like our minds, isn't it? Because next week when we talk to you, it'll be something else.
Yeah.
But like that's how the mind, remember we talked about this last week about how the mind loves to see what? The mind loves to see what? Go ahead and type it in one word. It loves to see what? Bless you. Your mind loves to see, loves to perceive. How does it love to perceive? Yeah, Emmanuel, exactly. It wants to see problem. It wants to see contrast. So if you were just relaxing a moment ago and now you're walking really fast, it loves to see that because it thinks that's what you're doing all the time, but you're not. How could you do anything all the time? It just loves to see this and that. And then you wonder why, because we're having authentic relationships incoming in 2 weeks, why you married or why you're with the person you're opposite to. You wonder, why am I attracted to my opposite? Oh my God. Is it because your mind is looking for contrast? Is it looking for someone to fix? Like, look at your mind. Oh my God, Bethany is laughing. Go ahead, Bethany.
I'm just going to get super real here.
Go ahead, please. We love it.
ADHD. I have ADHD. I've been with my husband 12 years and he just got diagnosed with obsessive compulsive personality disorder. He is beautifully organized, incredible, but on the other end of the spectrum. And you're blowing my mind right now. So thank you for sharing that.
It's true, isn't it? Because someone like you isn't fun enough, isn't dynamic enough. So you actually go for your opposite. You go for the one you have no idea. Like, how do they work? How do they even operate? What are their guiding rules and the requirements for them to live their life? Because it's completely opposite of you. And yet here we are trying to be nice and understanding to people. And how can we understand them? We're not them. They're so opposite from us. So here we are trying to, I love how Emmanuel says problems to fix. We're just looking for problems to fix. So when can we ever get to that place where we're not fixing? Who would we be if we weren't a fixer, Emmanuel?
That's a good question. I'll have to reflect on that one.
How long have you been
Probably
with your
happy.
partner? Go ahead, Emmanuel. How long have you been with your partner, and what?
So my current wife I've been with for a little over 2.5 years, and we are pretty much on opposite poles in a lot of ways, but similar in some ways. But yeah, I come from like kind of going with the flow and just like kind of don't ever want to plan ever. And she needs structure, like intense structure, and is very controlling of the environment to set that up for her, where I can pretty much get along with everything. So we kind of butt heads, but it's nice though, because we have some strengths that complement each other at the same time. So yeah.
That's a good reminder that we are with our partners because at least there is some common ground. There is something you at least agree on, or at least, have some lifestyle choices, or there's got to be a foundation base, right? And then you can work on that base together, but there has to be some mutual understanding in order to bring you two together in the first place. So when all else fails, go back to that. Whether it's your favorite dish, favorite flowers, favorite something, go back to that and be reminded of, our love for travel, our love for cooking and being lazy in the beds and cozying up and drinking tea, whatever it is, go back to that. Because what we'll find, and it happens all the time in these trainings, that's why we always tell you, please take your photos on Saturday and on Sunday at the end, because your faces will be changing, your energy will be changing. Because ultimately what's going to happen is we're going to tap more and more into our space, into your space, into your beingness, into your relaxation, into what Rizwana was saying about, I'm not trying to please others so much, I need to go take care of me, right? So what does taking care of you look like? That is something I'd like you to journal about. What does it look like to take care of you now versus, let's say, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 2 weeks ago? It's going to look different. So it's just something to consider as you continue your 40-day journal as required by KRI requirements for graduation. Just check in your little journal, and no, you don't have to send it in, but it is a journey of self-discovery. So this is something I just want you to notice about yourself. What do I need more now? Well, I can tell you during COVID, I've never napped more than any other time in my life. I am napping. Why not? So, is it the hormones? Am I getting older? Am I this? Am I that? It's all of that and more. But just, find those pockets of, and I'm going to use Sonam's words, those pockets of when I could do my sadhana, those pockets of when I can relax into me, those pockets of, they don't have to be pockets. They could be huge amounts of time, but it's what we're calling prioritization. What are we prioritizing now? Whereas before we had this pressure of pleasing others. Now that that's no longer on the priority list, what is on your priority list? Okay. Anyone with any specific questions, I just need you to type it in so I can look at it and incorporate it into my teachings today. And if not, I'm going to launch on a topic as I pull it up in the book. So if I'm going to give you a minute, if you have any certain questions, anything you want me to comment on, to put it in the chat box. I'm going to give you just a minute to type any questions you have in. Okay, just one comment. The mind looks for contrast. Now that you know that about your mind, understand that it is constantly presenting options and ideas to you. And our journey on this level 1 teacher training is to train your mind to go where you want to go, not where it has a tendency or momentum to go. So just because you have a habit of entertaining your ideas doesn't necessarily mean it's productive. In fact, most of the time, it's not productive, Sonam. So we're just going to train your brain, okay? So we're going to train the brain by saying Waheguru. We're going to insert a mantra, Waheguru, Satnam, something like that. Because when you notice it, remember, that was the thing we kept asking you from the beginning. Do you notice what you're doing? Number one. When you are aware of what you're doing, number two, do you decide, do I want to keep doing this? Right? So number one, be aware of it. Number two, do I want to keep doing this? And if so, continue on. And if not, number three, insert mantra. Waheguru. Wow, I've been doing that. Waheguru. So 3, insert mantra. 4, insert breath. Waheguru. And then insert the breath so you can oxygenate your system and then switch gears. Right? So you're going to switch gears, which is usually do a kriya, do a meditation, do something so that you can overlay that momentum track with something else. Because what we're really ultimately talking about is promoting and demoting habits. Is it a habit that is supporting you? Is it a habit that perpetuates your mission, your purpose, your focus? Or does it cut you down? Does it create doubt? Does it derail you? And you know, you have those thoughts. You want to do something and your mind gives you a thought and it creates doubt. You sure about that? Is there anything else I need? You know, when it asks questions, you're like that. You're like, stop it. I got to get out the door. Right? I was giving you my example of my husband who wants to take his hiking shoes to go to the grocery store. You're like, what? What? Wait, what? Where's that coming from? Oh, wait, do I need my backpack? How about my flashlight? How about, like, stop it. We need to go now. Right? So like that part of your brain is just train it. Like, is this helping? Is this helping the situation? It's not helping the situation. Stop it. Right? So you have to focus it. It's constantly focus, refocus, constantly focus, refocus. It's a discipline. So what we're really talking about is disciplining your mind to say, give me only the useful things right now. Give me what is useful to help make this decision. Give me what is useful to make this dish right now. Give me what is useful for cleaning dishes, right? Like, you don't need all these thoughts. You only need the ones that are useful to what you're doing, to staying on task, right? Because Bethany, you said you had some ADHD over there. So how does that come up for you when I talk about this topic?
It's really beautiful to hear you talk about our power to push away negative thoughts or thoughts that aren't productive. And I find the mantra technology to be so good. I listen to mantra when I'm doing dishes and when I'm folding laundry, just to say, okay, it just blocks out a lot of that chatter, which I find very supportive.
Yeah. Your mantra practice is everything, folks. I can't even tell you, because we have so much inner dialogue that we repeat, and it's not helpful. And so much of it came like during childhood or teenage years. Oh, is my nose too big? Oh, is that like we get super self-critical. And the worst part, we were teenagers once. Oh, that's a big zit. Should I pop it? Oh, everyone can see that zit. Oh my God, let's put makeup on it. Let's put bandage over it. We came up different ways to deal with something, thinking someone else could see it and nobody else cares. But for us, that zit was like this big, oh, is it boiling over? Is it ready to pop? And you're like strategizing all day long when it's going to pop, how it's going to look, who's going to see it. Oh my God, so like, our minds blow up a situation and makes it way worse than it is. In fact, it happens all the time that our minds make a scenario worse than it is. Oh, it's so embarrassing. It's so this, it's so that. And this is I'm going to go over page 123 with you right now, called The Cycle of the Intellect. And I'm trying to explain to you the perceptions of our mind and what it does, because you'll see, oh my God, I've been played. Look what my mind does. It's what it's doing to me. All right. Page 123, Cycle of the Intellect. Baldev, if you can take a
Page
picture.
122 in the new book.
Okay, so Baldev, if you can take a picture of it and just share screen, so Rizwana can see it, that would be great. Thank you. She hasn't received her books yet, so
Okay.
I just wanted her to take a look at it as well. Okay, so what I'm discussing is called Cycle of the Intellect, and how our minds get stuck on a loop and how we can escape from it. Okay, this is a strategy. This is a diagram that once you understand it, there are 2 places of insertion that you can break the pattern. And well, Dave is on it.
Yeah, it's going to take a minute.
Okay.
Haridas, can I just add something really fast about
Please,
what you
please, while we are doing something else, go ahead.
I really agree with what you're saying about like the zit and we think it's all on us. I feel like our ego puts us at the center of the universe. Like my zit is going to be, nobody's going to be able to focus on the kriyas if they see my imperfection. And I coach clients who are trying to muster up the courage to leave a toxic job, but they think that if they leave, they're going to leave everybody in a lurch. Nobody can do this as good as them. And they're going to let down their team. But I've never had a client who ended up leaving the job and the organization had to collapse. Like the world, it's not all about us. The ego makes up the story that we're the center of it, and it's okay. Satnam.
It's beautifully, that's so beautifully said, and it's true. We do think we're the center of everything, don't we? What's another word for that? What's another word for that? Are we being egotistical? Yeah, thank you, Emmanuel. Are we being egotistical, or is there some kind of, where's this feeling coming from, Bethany? This, they're too important to leave their job? They think no one else can do it? Like, what is that?
People are counting on me. Like all eyes are on me. And if I leave to go to the next part in my journey, I'm going to leave a crater behind and let people down. So like, I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to share this one with you now. That's what you've described, Bethany, is not wanting to let other people down, isn't it? Right? It's not, I'm so important. It's, I don't think other people can do my job. So I guess it's an underhanded comment of, yes, I am important and no other people can do my job, or they'll need 3 other people to do my job because I've done so many jobs. So in a way, I am better for the company because I cut down on 2 other people having to be employed. Right? Or heck, in the tech world, my husband is still with this company, even though many people have left. He's ended up doing 2 to 3 other people's jobs because, you know, whatever conditions, they couldn't work anymore. So he's feeling, oh my God, I'm one of the last people here. That means my job is so precious. Like, where would I be if I didn't have this job? So he ends up doing more and more of that work, even though instead of being a 40-hour week, he's doing 60 to 70 hours. So in a way, he is working more, and he's feeling, I don't know if I could get another job because where did all these other people go? Right? So there's some kind of fear in it too. So he knows he's hanging on for a little bit, and then they'll hire more people, and then the stress will be relieved. But it's been two to 3 months, and it hasn't happened. But he's holding on to this stress level. So yeah, that's something to think about. You know, are people ready to let go, or yeah, who knows? It's a process. I can tell you that much. Okay, I'm going to share this with you now. Share screen. Okay, you can see this, yes? It's in your book. Okay, I'm going to start at the top. This is the universal mind. And if you actually happen to order the mind book, it's in this huge map. It's called the universal mind. It's called the chitta. It's a part of this universal mind. That means it's out there outside of us. And from yesterday's learnings with Sadhari, we know that every blink of the eye, this universal mind, I'm just going to mute you for a second, Baldev. The universal mind comes to the intellect, right? So at this point, every time you blink from here to here, oops, what was that for? Okay, so universal mind to intellect, every time you blink creates 1,000 thoughts. And this is from the Sheshraha, from your crown chakra, the 1,000-petaled lotus. So this is the electrical impulse. As that impulse with a blink comes down from the universe to your mind, it's called the intellect. 1,000 thoughts come. 1,000 thoughts come from the universal mind to the intellect. This little bridge right here, from 1 o'clock to, let's say, at 2 o'clock, right? The universal mind to the intellect. And then further down, let's say 4 o'clock, it goes to a thought wave. So I'm just following that diagram down. From your intellect to a thought wave becomes cloaked in color, interjected by facets distorting its true nature. So this 81 facets, this is from the mind and meditation course, and also listed in the book called The Mind. It's a green book with Yogi Bhajan's pictures. It's called The Mind. It explains where the 81 facets come from. But basically, you have a universal mind, click, you blink, it comes into your intellect. From that intellect, whatever patterning, whatever programming you grew up with, whatever thought form, whatever complex insecurity, blah, 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 you name it, experience in life, it starts to have a strong pull. So let's say I grew up and I always think my nose is crooked. Let's say that's a belief I have. Or someone told me at the young age that I had a crooked nose, right? Let's just say. I don't believe I do, but let's say that's something I believed in. So that thought is colored, all right? So anyone looks at me will not see a crooked nose. They will just see Haridas. But Haridas here has a complex of herself with a crooked nose. So every time I look at myself, I see crooked nose, crooked nose, crooked nose. It becomes so powerful of a thought, it becomes a reality. And it's from this exact part of the diagram. So this thought wave, crooked nose thought wave, becomes a feeling, right? I'm following along. I'm down at 6 o'clock now. Feeling, it's an emotion. So that thought, crooked nose, has a feeling, emotion of insecurity. I'm not good enough, not pretty enough. I'm feeling subpar, right? So that's a feeling. With that a feeling, look at those two arrows pointing up. It's an identification and it's an attachment. So a thought wave, I'm just having a thought, but that thought has a feeling, has an emotion, and it has identification and attachment to it. So a thought is not just a thought. Now this thought is embedded. It's heavy. It's emotional. There's a feeling. There's an identification. There's an attachment to it. And it's very interesting because it says right here, the glands secrete powerfully at this point. If it's just a thought, why couldn't that thought just disappear? Because look how embedded that thought is. That thought is embedded because it's not just, oh, Haridas has a crooked nose. No. It's a thought that I've been playing in my mind for decades, right? For at least 4 decades, I've had that thought. So now I'm very attached. I'm very identifying myself with a crooked nose. It's just a thought. Again, that thought is not justified or verified by anyone, not even validated by anyone, but because I've played it in my mind like a well-worn record, it's grooved into my mind. It's grooved into a part of my personality, a part of my identification, a part of my attachments. So then that feeling, emotion becomes a desire. From that desire, I take an action. From that action creates the karma, has an effect. So let's say I have a feeling So I'm just going to shorten this out for you. Feeling, just write this down, or just in your book somewhere, right? Feeling, emotion, desire, action, effect. Feeling. So a thought form, a thought, just any thought. If I follow that thought, I'm in your mind's position right now. If I'm having a thought and I follow it, it's going to lead me to an emotion, a feeling, an emotion. From that emotion, feeling, brings a desire. That desire brings action. That action brings karma. Karma is a weird word. Let's just say effect. That action has an effect. And then it goes back into the universal mind. It goes back into the universe. So that is to say, for example, I have a thought. Chocolate cake. That's my thought. And when I think of chocolate cake, I have a feeling, I have an emotion about chocolate cake. In fact, I'm very passionate about my chocolate cake, right? Like I'm really getting into it. I'm going to bake it. I'm going to put frosting on it, like on and on. Like I can just take that thought and bing, it sends me into this dimension of chocolate cake world. It's not just a thought. It's going to do what, Emmanuel? Because I'm having a thought of chocolate cake, what is my mind immediately going to do? Think positive. What is my positive mind going to do?
Oh, it's going to remember all the chocolate cake I've had in the past, produce the feeling in my mouth, and like
Yeah,
taste,
yeah.
like all the lovely frosting and layers that you see on those nice chocolate cakes. All that's going to come to mind.
Right. And not just the cake itself, it's going to bring up all the emotions and the feelings and the, oh yeah, it was at my 5th birthday cake. It was again at my 20th birthday cake, and my parties and feelings and friends and balloons and confetti, and right. It's going to go boom. It's like it steps into this huge world of cake. It's not just one slice of cake. I'm not just having a cake. I'm having the best chocolate cake ever, right? Like I'm getting super into it now. So because I'm thinking of a thought, that thought brings up all ever the neuron synapses and receptors and all of the things that have ever excited it. Because this is how your memory works. Your memory doesn't think just of a cake. It thinks of all of the associated memories of that cake, whether you made it, whether you bought it, whether it was your favorite bakery, whether it was your favorite town traveling with the bakery, right? Like all of it comes up. So that one thought starts to magnetize, and Google search 9.2 million more thoughts like it. So that thought comes, and I this is the first time I thought of it, but that thought created the wave. That thought brings up the wave of all of those similar frequencies, thoughts. So that thought is like a bubbling wave. It's like a huge tidal wave. It's going to overtake me because that feeling, that emotion, oh, I have a feeling. I remember that. Okay, I'm going to go get cake, right? I desire cake right now. So what do? I create an action plan. Okay, after class, I'm going to drive here. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go get the ingredients. I'm going to bake it myself, or, like my mind is already steps ahead of me. I'm just having a thought. Wait, how do you ask? You're just having a thought of cake, but I'm already going to tell you when class is done, I've already planned out how I'm going to bring that to me, right? Like how I'm going to manifest it. So then comes the action. And then, of course, there's the effect. I ate too much of it, oh, right? Or whatever the effect is of that. And because I've completed the cycle, it goes back to the universal mind. As in, it goes back out there that this is a person who's had a thought of cake and accomplished it and manifested it and enjoyed it, and it's out there again. And that thought just keeps coming and coming and coming and coming. And so it's actually locked into a frequency, because once your mind does one thing, it knows how to do it. It's mastered it. It wants to do it again. And let's get closer, a second look at this. So that's the first take, right? So we have a universal mind. We blink, goes into our subconscious. From our subconscious, from our mind, we have 81 facets. And it just means your thoughts are colored. So you're having a thought, it's cloaked, it's interjected, it has distortions. And then it continues on. It's a circle. It goes for feeling, emotion, desire, action, effect. Now, look at this from the center of the circle, how it goes outward. So when will is applied at the release point of the intellect, it will prevent the thought from being cloaked. Okay, so that's the from the center to the intellect. Now, from the center downward, will from the soul can be applied at 2 points in the process. So this is, we are in the center. If you go upward, your will applied at the point of the intellect will prevent it from cloaking. That means if you say Waheguru, if you say a mantra at this point of intellect, you can see something very clearly because it will no longer be cloaked because you just stripped it. You just stripped it. You just said, oh, what is this? What is this impulse? Oh, I know where that is, right? You become very clear with it versus I'm having an urge. I'm going to follow this urge around the whole circle. And then I'm just going to keep on urging in my life. I'm just going to keep doing the same versus, oh, I know where this is coming from. Breathe into it, insert mantra, do the same, right? Breathe into it, become aware of it, breathe into it, insert mantra, and recognize what it is. It's right there at that will. When will is applied, right at the intellect. That's at the point of release. You will prevent the thought from being cloaked. I know what this is. I know what this is. Oh, I get it. Oh, I recognize it. I'm not hungry. I'm just thirsty, right? Or something like that. Like you can change a thought instead of just follow the same pattern going, I recognize this. I recognize this. Just like Baldev was saying how he didn't work for a long time and now he's working 12 days straight before he gets a break. Because the mind is working in contrast. It sees what he used to do versus what he's doing now. And instead of saying, and I'm so stressed, Baldev can go, oh, I just see my pattern is changing. As in neutral, as in it's not charged, it's not good, it's not bad, I'm not stressed. I'm like, you can be all that. But as soon as your mind locks on a target, it will become that. So we're preventing the Baldev saying, and I'm stressed, versus saying, and I'm excited about it. This is different, right? We can just say this is different. And that will break the usual response of, and I'm so stressed. Of course, Baldev is not stressed because he's very positive minded. He's not stressed. Okay, now pointing downward. When will is applied at this junction, which is the junction between feeling and emotion before it becomes desire, when will is applied at this junction, as during meditation, one can detach from the thought. So if you apply meditation to that thought becoming a feeling before it becomes a desire, you can recognize it and you can say, no, thank you. It's during your meditation that you're in your own world that you recognize, oh, there is that pattern again. Right? Breathe into it. Insert mantra, Waheguru, Satnam, Satnam, Waheguru. Okay, thank you. And I let that moment pass versus acting out on that motion. Because what we're really talking about is how do we break something so habitual? How do we break the momentum of that predictable step? We break it at two places. Number one, at the intellect when we become aware of it. And secondly, in meditation, right at that point, it becomes before the emotion feeling becomes the desire. Before you actually do it, you say, inhale, Waheguru, Satnam, Satnam, Waheguru. Right? During the meditation, before you act it out, before you step into the desire action to get carried away with all that, you can interrupt it. So this is phenomenal because what we're talking about is a cycle of the intellect, how we can go from a thought to totally manifesting that thought and then regretting it later, as in how we started class today of saying yes. For all those who have problems with the, I'm saying yes all the time. Well, why am I saying yes? Well, intellectually right there, you can apply it at that will point where you can recognize it at the point of the intellect, prevent the thought from being cloaked right there, and downward at the point of identification of feeling and emotion before it becomes the desire. You can recognize it. Oh, this is the part of my meditation. Oh, I see it. Oh, I desire cake. Oh, I see, but I don't need it right now. Go ahead, Bethany.
Thanks. Just what I'm thinking about as we're doing this part of the lecture is, since we're required to journal every day anyway, I'm thinking this would be a good invitation just in our daily journaling to say, what recurring thoughts am I noticing? What recurring thoughts am I noticing, to help bring awareness to those recurring thoughts that aren't helpful. Satnam.
Beautiful. Thank you, Bethany. That's very helpful. Very helpful. Yes, because we love patterns, and some of the patterns we have are not useful. In fact, they're detrimental, but we keep doing it. So why do we keep doing it? Is it because we don't know that we can change? Or are we unwilling because we are so habitual? Are we so into it that we can't change it? Okay, so what we learned yesterday is you can change it how? Go ahead and type it in. What can we do to break our habits or create new ones? What do you need? What are the ingredients that you need in order to change a habit? Okay, so what do we need? We need cold showers, folks. No kidding. You need cold showers. You need to get to that point where, right? You get that scared the bejesus out of you because you need to wake up, right? You need that slap in the face. You need that water. You need the breath. You need meditation. You need Kriya, because we need to influx our system with energy. How do we influx the system with energy? So now listen to my teachers. Yeah, thank you, Emmanuel. You just need to start. But you know, some people are really stuck. How do you get them to start? You know, first of all, they must want to start. Okay. You can't do anything for them. You're not AAA. You're not here to jump batteries. You know, you're not. You're not here to tow them either. Right. That's right, Sonam. This is a journey of self-discovery. People have to discover it in themselves. They have to want to change. You can't change anyone unless they want to change. That's a good one, Emmanuel. Suffering. Suffering is a great motivator. And yet, Emmanuel, some people are used to suffering and they can't tell the difference. And they call that living, right? So when they come to you, that's how they speak. They speak in stressful terms. They speak in stressful stories, and they say, but that's my life. You know, and of course the obligatory shoulder shrug. And that's my life. And that's how it is. You know, you'll hear sentences like that and you're like, why do you have to say it like that? Because they're telling you they're hurting. They're telling you they're hurting, but that's my life. What can I do? And then it's kind of defeated and sad, but then they'll want to share it with you like that. So I hope that you have all been on this journey to take cold showers, to learn to massage yourself, to learn to put oils on and detoxify, drink yogi tea, right? Get up for sadhana, do things that are uncomfortable because, as Yogi Bhajan used to say, get uncomfortable in class, sweat in class, you don't have to sweat in life. Like work it out here so that however tough this is, life is nothing compared to what you just did. So you get used to your suffering and it's no big deal. You know, like he used to say things and people are like, what? Now, if you took that out of context, you would think we're like creating our own suffering. But in a way, if you suffer so much, after a while, it's no big deal. Okay, anyways, I am going to get to Lynn's question here. Lynn, your question is, with universal thought, is this from all the minds of the humans? Yeah, isn't it crazy, Lynn? It's a part of the universal mind. That means universal experience. That means you know, we didn't have to create fire because someone else created it. There are things we didn't have to create because they already did it. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel every single time. And that's actually a part of the human collective experience. We do things because, why? Because it's been done before. And that's why so much of this journey right now is for us to deprogram ourselves to find out what is real. And I was telling you this in the class before, that just because my parents lived through war doesn't mean I have to live through war. But because they did, they tell us constantly and remind us constantly how precious our life is, because they had to lose so much, right? But if you were a kid, and this is actually happening in this lifetime, we didn't have a major war. So we didn't have that kind of suffering. And this is what my sister was complaining about. Those millennials don't even show up to work, you know. They hurt themselves, or they say, oh, my wrist hurt, and they don't show up at all. And she laughs, and she's a doctor and she's working in the office. If you're like, I don't understand, people don't show up. Whereas, you know, other people, other generations work to the bone and they don't complain because that's how it is. So our level of suffering has, in a way, created our integrity, has shown us what we're made of so that we show up in our lives a certain way. So what I'm getting at today is bring ourselves down to our level of truth and honesty. I've had parents who lived through war, and they remind me constantly. My dad's actually over here on the couch snoring away. I hope you have a headset on because he's been snoring since Sada. And I always have to tell myself, I'm not my dad. I'm not my mom. I don't have their story. I didn't suffer like them. So why do I have to live like them? I don't, right? I don't. And this happened a lot. We saw this a lot with the movie, the documentary Hoarders, and how people were traumatized and how they ended up keeping so much stuff because there's something in them that has not just trauma, but the feeling of, I can't throw that away. I might need that for later. I might need those 10 pounds of newspapers for later, you know, whatever the story is. They feel, and this is a part of the cycle of the intellect, they have a thought form. So I'm going to use this as an example, and I want you to trace it, okay? So that you can follow that graph we just went through, so you can see it clearly and you can explain it to someone else. So the thought form is, I'm looking at a person who's been, let's say, lived through the Great Depression, right? So they lived through the 30s in the US, and they had intense suffering and never enough, and food is an issue, and shortages around, and rationing, right? So food is an issue. They have a hoarding mentality, as in they have a thought form. So let's say the hoarding is a thought form. How does it play out? So we're talking about a feeling, emotion, desire, action, and reaction. So if a person has a thought form that is repeating over and over and over and over, and that thought form is colored, okay? So the thought is, okay, so I just told you the profile of the person. I told you the profile of the person. Now, the thought is, when they go to eat, they can't throw it away. Okay, let's use that as an example. I'm full, but I can't throw the food away, so I have to take it home. Okay, so the thought is, I'm full. Feeling, emotion, desire, action, reaction. So what is the feeling? I'm gonna ask you these 5, and then you're gonna type it in. So I'm full. What is the feeling? What is their feeling? What is their relationship to the food that is left on the table? Let me get clear. And I'm sure you know someone like this. They can't throw their food away. They can't just walk away from the table, right? So there's 2 bites left, 4 bites left. They have to package up and take it home. Yeah, okay, thank you, Sonam. Don't waste, right? So the thought form, very good. The thought form is, I can't waste this food. That's the thought form. The feeling is, What's the feeling? Discomfort. Thank you, Lynn. Scarcity mindset. Yes, Amber. Fear. Good. So that's the feeling. And the emotion that comes with that feeling is insecurity. Excellent, Rizwana. Now, what is the desire? What is the desire? Because you have a feeling. There's an emotion attached to that feeling. And then what do they desire? What do they do with that feeling?
Save the food or take it home.
Yeah. Okay, good. So they're going to take it home. Yes. Thank you, Lynn. To never be hungry. See how strong that thought form is? Just in case. That's right, Sonam. Food, just in case. Yes. So that's the desire. Then the action is, what's the action? Because there's an associated action with that desire. Yeah, the action is, excuse me, may I have a box to take this home? I am going to take this home, right? So the actual action is package it up and take it home. And then what is the reaction, or what is the effect of that action? Too much taking things home creates what kind of effect? Yeah, thank you, Emmanuel. Place it in the fridge with all the other boxes and all the possibly smelly food, and the hoarding continues, right? So this is a thought that went through a feeling, emotion, identity, attachment to desire, to action, and then reaction. So now you understand how one thought can create a habit, can create a very cyclical behavior, habitual behavior. So at this point, there are two places of interjection that would derail this thought. Number one, where? The one that points 2 o'clock. Yeah, thank you, Amber, at the intellect. So what would that person say at that interjection to the intellect that would disrupt this cycle? Everyone, you're typing. Good. Thank you, Lynn. You're safe. I'm full. Check, please. Wahigiru, I have enough. I don't need more. Okay, good. So first is at the intellect, right? You appeal to the intellect. Good. And then the 6 o'clock arrow that points down. What is that? The will that is speaking to what? What's at 6 o'clock? At the, it's at the point of the 6 o'clock points down is between the emotion, feeling, and the desire, where the identification and attachment come up. So at that point where the glands secrete powerfully, this is where you so first intellectually you get it, like, yeah, we don't need that. Okay, I don't need that. I'm full. And then downward, I don't have to identify with being poor. I don't have to identify, or I'm not attached to the thought and the feeling of I don't have enough, right? So it has to go at two places. It's not just the mind. It can't be just the intellect. It's also downward at that feeling, emotion before the desire, the attachment, the identification. Because that downward 6 o'clock arrow isn't for the mind, is it? You're not trying to reason it out. It's not for reasoning. It's the attachment. It's the feelings. It's the desire. It's the, all right, here's a tough one for you. How, because we're getting to Valentine's now, how did you deal with not desiring that person? No longer desiring a person. Because it's not just mind. It's not just mind. You just can't, you're telling your mind, oh yeah, that person's this, that person's that. It's how are you going to deal with the desire of that person, right? How do you deal with that deep, dark stuff that just keeps grabbing because that's what we're talking about. It's that 6 o'clock insertion. It's the attachments to the desire, it's a tough one. Because remember, it's not just chocolate cake, right? Because chocolate cake, you can intellectually tell me, oh, Haridas, it's high in calorie. It's you can give me facts, but that's for my intellect. But my deep desire, my attachment, my feeling to it, how are you going to disrupt that? There's only one way. It starts with an M. Okay, M for when will is applied at this junction as during meditation, one can detach from the thought. So you have to meditate on it. It is actually a thought that has to be processed through a form of your meditation. Because in your meditation, do we really need that right now? No, we don't, right? But it has to be your whole mind that is brought into the process of the feeling, emotion, desire, attachment. We have to put your whole presence through it. Or else it just becomes an intellectual thing. And you know, with anything you intellectually argue, how well does that go? You're all shaking your heads. We can reason things, right? But it doesn't necessarily mean we agree. We're just reasoning. We're just like letting our mind play it out. Good. Okay, any questions from Lynn or Stavrula? Any questions from Lynn or Stavrula? Please turn on your mics, or if you want to type it in, that's fine. I'm going to give you a moment to comment. Okay, so questions from anyone else? If you have any, just raise your hand. Go ahead, Bethany.
So we touched really quickly on the quality of samana when we were talking about the different vayus.
Oh yeah.
And we were talking about when that is out of balance, you experience XYZ. And I was just wondering if you had like kriyas that support bringing the samana back into balance, or anything to say about how to support it more, because we had to kind of rush through it quickly.
Okay, just remind me quickly, what page is samana on? Just to make sure that I am
Sure.
on the same
Sorry,
page.
I had it just a moment ago. I can grab it for you.
Thank you.
And if anybody can get it faster than me, please feel
It's
free.
182.
Thank you.
182.
I also had a question on that. Not the same specific question, but something similar.
Okay. Go, Stavrula, go ahead and ask me while I look for this in the book, please.
I just wanted clarification because I had never heard of the vayus, and so we were talking about apana and then samana, and then why is the what is it called, the like, why would the colon cleanse be with samana and not apana? So I'm not understanding energetically why they're different, because they seem like it's almost the same thing, except the direction and the flow of the energy.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get to 182. Sorry, my book is slow. I'm on an ebook. Dave, are you around? Is that a question you'd like to answer? I know he wants to say yes. Okay, let me get back to you on that. I wasn't prepared to answer that question today. Okay.
Or any clarification between the difference of apana and samana, so I can better understand it in my mind.
I get you. I'm just trying to open my book. Sorry. Okay, samana. Okay, so the five vayus are basically the prana, right? The five prana in five different directions, five locations in the body. Okay, samana rules the region between the heart and the navel, governs much of the body's metabolic activity. So I'm reading this on page 175. Page 175. The diagram of the guy sitting at the bottom, excuse me, the person sitting at the bottom of the page on 175. Samana is the stomach area. So I'm just going to read this to you. Samana rules the region. Hold on. Share screen.
Yeah.
Samana rules the region between the heart and the navel, governs much of the body's metabolic activity. It tends to organize, systematize, and decide where things go. Samana helps in assimilation. It helps you to know what to assimilate and what to pass on to the colon. People with too little samana or upset samana have a sense of mental confusion, confused emotions, and an inability to know what is really true for them emotionally. Relationships can be quite confused. People with relationship boundary problems often have upsets in samana. Strong samana allows you to discriminate and gives you emotional clarity. So now your question, please.
So Sadhati was explaining that Samana can get very upset when we travel by plane. You just get very kind of stirred up. And she recommends to her clients trying a colonic. But I'm sure that there are several ways to rebalance Samana. I bet that there are maybe mantras or kriyas or other things. So just Haridas, if you had anything to add in addition to getting a colonic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, samana is definitely the stomach area. And so anything with a prana apana balance, anything with nabi kriya, anything with your navel point, solar center is fantastic for it. And prana is in the chest region, right? So we're looking at the finer assimilations in the stomach region. Because in Chinese medicine, we call this the small intestine area, as in the discernment of life, what you process, how you digest life, what are you hanging on to, what is being shot out of your system, right? Like what nutrients do you absorb and what you kind of push out. So that samana area has to do with clarity. So, one of our first rules in teacher training is ask you to clean out your closets. What are you keeping? What are you letting go, right? What's in your immediate space? What is useful to you? Just like how we're training your mind. What is useful for your mind versus what you need to toss now? Like that's not useful. Is that thought helping, or is it creating so much doubt that you're losing track of what you're going to do? Right? So that has to do with clarity. Okay, so that's Bethany's question, yes?
Thank you.
Okay, good, thank you. And Savrula, your question of why is it not apana, right? Was that your question, Savrula?
Right. Why is elimination in samana and not apana?
Okay. Okay, so apana, right here on page 174. Apana has its abode below the navel and governs all the functions relating to elimination. Okay, so apana is like the actual letting go part. Like think about the sphincters, right? Like that's what you know to be eliminated. It is associated with elimination through the rectum, the bladder, the colon, the genitals. Apana even flows down and exits the blood through the body through the feet, although its primary exit is through the rectum. Powerful apana is needed these days to deal with the elimination of toxins. It also gives you the ability to know what you need to retain and what you need to let go. Apana is associated with earthy qualities that sustain many of the body parts. Someone with too much apana will tend to be slow, lazy, and have a sense of heaviness, a sense of confusion. With strong apana comes a sense of security and the ability to put one foot in front of the other. So apana is like really eliminating, whereas samana has to do with assimilation. Again, I just like the word discernment. So samana has to do with discernment because it's between the heart and the navel. is between the heart and the navel. It helps you organize, it decides where things go. So what I think about Samana, when I think about it, I think of willpower. I think of naval intelligence. I think about your second brain, right? Because that's a huge plexus of bundles of nerves that help you, as we call it, your gut instincts. When you have a gut instinct, you go with your gut. It's in your navel. It's in that Samana region. Okay, Stavula, ask me again your question. Why is?
No, I understood it now. I just didn't understand why the example of doing the colon cleanse would correlate with samana and not with apana, since apana was elimination. But the words you use, like discernment and willpower and the letting go, it makes it more clear for me. So
Okay, good. I'm just going to read this one line again, just to confirm what we're talking about. Samana helps in assimilation. It helps you to know what to assimilate and what to pass on to the colon.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's that fine discernment, that really fine discernment. Excellent. Thank you. Okay. Are we on other questions? So if you have a question out there, just send just a mic, please, because I'm staring at the screen in the book.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to share an appreciation for this topic, because I feel like I have these almost insights about this, and it's helping them to stick a little bit more. You know, I've gone through a lot of emotional confusion and boundary problems, and I feel like now it's slightly improving, and I'm feeling the benefit of getting to hear it again through our classmates and yourself and our teachers and Baldev. There's something about the process I think that's so important for me, and I don't know if this helps anyone, because I say to myself, why don't I know this already? Just, I've been in therapy for a million years. I'm a licensed social worker. I know it, but it doesn't. This helps. It helps it to stick, to wrestle with and listen to the questions of others. So I have an appreciation I wanted to share.
Thank you, Sonam. Thank you. And you know, you're not a million years old, but I get what you're saying. You go to therapy a lot. And you know, so much of that has to do with your relationship to your core self, right? If you know yourself, when, I'm not going to say if, when you know yourself, you know what you can and cannot handle, when you know what you're willing to put up with and not put up with, you're going to have a far finer sense of yourself. Like I don't want to say confidence, because it's not about confidence, it's trust. Like how much you trust yourself. Okay. So I think helpful to Sonam at the moment is training the mind, what we talked about in that cycle of the intellect, like keep looking at that over and over, and learn about your 5 winds in the body, you know, those 5 chambers, because that's where your prana centers are. There's 5 of them, those 5, the vayus. And notice where are those points that are leaking out, and actually those points that can stay. Because, you know, we lose energy through our feet, right? Like that was discussed earlier. Are we leaking? Are we leaking our prana, or can it stay put? Can we do the kriyas and they'll stay there, and you know, you just empowering these centers, because that's really what it's about. How we digest life. How we digest life is a big part of what is real to us and what is a fantasy to us. Do we believe in it? Is it true? How do we know it to be true? You know, like these are some of the questions that when we can establish that in ourselves, there's a solidity, like you have a solid foundation. But when we don't have a solid foundation, we become very easily moved and swayed and I'm just going to say it, manipulated by others. Emmanuel, did you unmic yourself for a second? Do you want to say
I had
something?
a quick question about the thought cycle. Just the thousands of thoughts come from the universal mind, every blink of an eye, and enter the intellect or the subconscious. What kind of influences which thought bubbles up from that, and then, you know, takes on the wave and then starts to take on. Is that where the facets are related? I just didn't have a sense of that when I asked you.
Okay, this is a beautiful, thank you, segue to what I'm planning to get into next. Okay, your question is, which ones of my thoughts are going to bubble up and surface and hit me like a tidal wave? The ones that are triggered the most, of course. Okay, so the one that sticks his head out the most is going to get beat the most. So what happens is we have a thought form. And these thought forms, I'm telling you, they're from the universal mind. They're not even yours, okay? Like they're not even yours. But because you listen to the same ones over and over and over, they become very strong. So there's a thought of a broken nose or a crooked nose. That thing just, you hear it over and over. And after a while it sticks versus, no, that's not true. It falls away. If you know it's not true, it'll fall away. Because if it's, this is one of Yogi Bhajan's quotes, if it is true, it will be supported by nature. If it's not true, it will fall away. So you know when you hear an untruth. How do you know you hear an untruth? How do you know it's not true? Just a basic question to all of you. When you hear something and it's not true, how do you know it's not true?
I don't know. I'm a very kinetic learner. I'm a physical learner.
Mhm.
Prior to breaking my back about 20 years ago, if I didn't understand something, I could go for a long run and then I would understand it. And even a sense of direction, like if I didn't know where my car was, still to this day, I'll feel if I relax and say to my mind, go take a little break,
Mhm.
I'll feel a pull. And if I feel the pull in my body and go towards the pull, that's correct. That's
Mhm.
nature. This is correct. And there's almost a sensation in my mind. Like yesterday, I it doesn't matter. But there's a tingling of too many thoughts out there, the freneticness of people that can be absorbed like that for me and maybe others. So listen to yourself and feel your body. That's how I know, is to trust my body a little bit more sometimes than my mind.
Okay, so you know it in your body, like your body is kind of like the filter of it or the sensor. Let's use it as a sensor. So you sense it through your body.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to make a statement and you're going to tell me if it's true or not. Okay, and it's not a thinking thing. I'm not going to discussion. We're not going to the intellect. I just want, like, you're going to hear some info and then you're going to immediately tell me if it's true or not true. Okay, I'm not, again, no political commentary. Okay, none. On November 6th, Trump lost the election. Trump lost the election. True or false? One for true, two or false? Just show me fingers. One for true, two false. Okay. How do you know that? How do you know Trump lost the election? Because you know he's claiming he didn't lose it. And like it's been a big stink about it in the news. Like he like doesn't want to give up the White House and on and on and on and on. How do you know it's true? How do you know he did not win? Yeah. I'm not trying to get political. I'm just saying, like, look, this is what's out there in the universe, and half of America still goes with Trump. So you can't tell them it's not true because there is a certain part of them that believes it's true. So is their body feedback broken, or is there a thought that is overrunning the system? So I think you all, because I can't see Lynn and Savrula's answer. Is it true? Oh, Lynn wrote, it's true. Okay, so it feels right. Okay. I'm anti-Trump. Okay, got it, Savrula. So we all put one up, as in we all agreed that it's true he lost the election.
I think it's false. Even though I'm against him, I feel it's false.
Okay, understood, Savila. Got it. So again, you see what I'm saying? We all have to discern our own truth. So even though you may believe something, and this is what I'm telling you, right? Like the whole world's operating on this system. How do you know when something's right for you? You have to discern it. You have to feel it. You have to be smart about it. You have to use all your senses and discover a certain sense of truth. And even when you find your truth, someone else may not believe you. That's the whole point I'm telling you. It's right here in our example, right here. So that means you all have to find your way through this mess called life. You have to find what is true to you and then live your life as if it was true to you, because there's people out there who don't believe you. And so what? So what if they don't believe you? But the fact is, you have to live your truth, right? Like you don't have a choice. You have to live your truth. Everyone is living a form of their truth. That's why we have to have compassion. That's why we have to have tolerance, because who is to say what is right and wrong? Who is to say, no, no, this is true, this is not true? Because everyone is living a version of truth. So I'm going to drop that political comment right now. That was just as an example. Thank you, everyone, for playing. So, was it Emmanuel? Did you ask that question, Emmanuel? Please ask it again.
Yeah, so it was just the question of, when all these thoughts are coming in from the universal mind, they enter my brain, they go to the subconscious, and then one pops up for whatever reason. Is it like the facets of the mind, like what it's used to looking for, it pulls out? Or like, how
Yes.
does that one thought come out?
Yes, exactly, exactly. Okay, so I'm going to back it all up before you even saw this diagram, okay? Before you even saw this page, I want to tell you, you're sleeping. As you sleep, you're dreaming, right? You're just dreaming. And as most sleep therapists say, dreams are fragments of your normal life, like things that happen in your everyday life. They're just a hodgepodge. They're just a mashup, and they show up in your dreams. I dreamt my mom last night. I dreamt about running last night. And at some point last week, you did run and you did see your mom. It just comes together in different ways. So you're sleeping, you're dreaming. You're dreaming, you're dreaming, you're dreaming. When you dream too much, right, it presses into your waking life. And that's why they say when your subconscious is so full, it starts pressing into your daily life, into your awake life. So things you normally wouldn't say, all of a sudden, oh, did I say that? It just slipped out. How did that happen? Because the subconscious, when it's so heavy, it's overburdened, it starts to spill into the conscious life. So that's why, like this morning, we all got up, or whoever got up, joined us for Aquarian sadhana. And in those moments of chanting, of doing kriya, of meditating, of sitting there, you're cleaning out your garbage can. Because we talked about how big that garbage can is. That garbage can is 8 million miles to the left, 8 million miles to the right, 8 million miles up, 8 million miles back, 8 million miles everywhere. It's huge. So really, you're swimming in a sea of blank. You're swimming in a sea of unprocessed, crappy junk. I'm putting it nicely for the S word. Okay, so there's a lot of crap around, and you're trying to have a thought that is original to you. You're trying to have a thought that is productive, even though what you're hearing, what you're seeing, social media, what you're getting from the news is swaying you in some direction. And anytime they're swaying you, you got to ask, what's the agenda? Where did I get my news? What's the agenda? What do they want from me? Right? Because if you turned off the news, you wouldn't know anything. But if you're watching the news, somebody is reporting somewhere. So hopefully you're getting it from a news source that is either serving your party or serving your agenda, or someone who's really neutral, whoever that is. So we have these thoughts, they're circulating, we're swimming in it. And what happens is they start to, what I'm talking about is your trash can, it starts to get full. So those thoughts, they start to vibrationally, Emmanuel, vibrationally attract to each other. So all of my crooked nose thoughts hang out together. all my obsessive thoughts of my weight are together. All of my I'm not good enough thoughts are together, right? They start to, like chemistry, likes like. So they start to glom together in certain parts of your psyche. Too much of that after a while, they start to gang up on each other. And these thoughts start to gang up on each other until eventually there's a mafia boss. There's one in particular, in fact, and it has to be, it becomes one of the complexes that you have. So let's say, Emmanuel, you're very contained, put together, chilled. But then there's a part of you that, when sparked, becomes this total egomaniac, like becomes this total, whatever name you want to call it, that's not a nice name. Okay. And you're like, whoa, wow, you're that too? Yeah. You're like, yeah. And I got access to that guy too, and me, right? Like we all have it. It's all parts of us. We choose not to show it. Like on a good day, you try to keep that part down. But on those days where you're spiked and like you're upset, it comes out and you're like, whoa, sorry, Emmanuel. I don't know where that came from, right? Like we all have it. It's like our flip side. You know how every coin has two sides? We have that. We have the good person side. We have the I'm angelic unicorn rainbow side. And then there's a boom, the other side. You're like, ooh, only my partner knows that side. You know what I'm saying? Like that's like your hidden side. But it's all a part of you. So what I'm saying is, we have these parts, but when we don't have control of those parts, it starts to take over. So in your sleep, you don't have conscious control over that part of you. It starts to rage. It starts to get upset. It has these like horrific dreams. You're like, where did that come from? Because that part of you that either you suppressed or is not socially acceptable starts to come out and play. Yay, prison time is over. Let's come out and play, right? So it's like it's out in the schoolyard, like it's out in the prison yard. You know what I'm saying? Like it's out there. And in the mornings, you're trying like, come on, get back in there, lock it up, stay inside. And then it comes back out. So those are the parts that when it gets enraged enough, when it gets upset enough, it starts to break out. It starts to strategize. How are we going to get out of this? And then it pulls all of its crony friends with it. So the thoughts that come up the most, it's not the good thoughts. In fact, it's the opposite. It's the one that you say to yourself, I'm using my example, I don't need that cake, right? I'm just using the chocolate cake. I don't need that cake intellectually. And then, the calories, like that's the intellectual part. And then the emotional part, the 6 o'clock arrow that points down, to break up the feeling emotion before the desire. It has to drop the attachment. It has to drop the identification with it. Those are the 2 and a 6 o'clock. I'm just going to have a little tiny bite. Oh, and another tiny bite. Oh, what happened? The whole cake is gone. What happened? I don't know what happened. Well, how did that happen? You said you first of all, you said you weren't going to have that cake. Second of all, you said it was just a little bite, and now the whole thing is gone. What happened? Right, Bethany? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened, because there's that part. One of those thoughts, Emmanuel, hijacked me. I don't know what happened. It hijacked me. But this happens to good people all the time. It's a slip up. How did that happen? Because the subconscious thoughts was so heavy that it tipped the iceberg. It was the undoing of me. I don't know what happened, but it happened, right? This is exactly what the subconscious does. It subverts you. It hijacks you. It takes you over when you don't even know it. You end up yelling at the one you love the most for no reason at all. I don't know how it happened. It just kind of slipped out of me. That's the subconscious. And the subconscious dumps the heaviest on day 8, 9, and 10 of the moon. Okay? Day 8, 9, and 10 of the month. Get your ass up early. Get to your sadhana. Sit down, meditate those days, because it's going to dump, and it's going to dump heavy. 8th, 9th, and 10th day. So I know there's people out there, because it's all of us. There's something we want to do. We can't get it done. Why? Because these subconscious thoughts, they're not your friends. They don't work for you. They work against you. So it's also the kind of thoughts that help you hit the snooze button 10 times and then sleep through sadhana and wake up and go, what happened? right? There's a thought form that is so heavy that it actually starts to take over you and you don't know it. So that's why we create habits, and we create good habits so we can stick to it. So that's why, you know, getting up early or a little bit earlier than you're used to is messing up your system. And because it's messing up your system, there are parts of you that hate it. Like, oh my God, I hate getting up so early. And then there's that part of you that says, oh, I'm so glad I got to sit here. Thank God I got up this morning. Right? So that's that constant struggle we have, because we have habitual, we have what we like to do, and then we have what we would like to do but don't have energy to do yet. Hence the cold shower, hence the almond oil, hence the chanting, hence the Kriya, because you're looking to get a little bit of energy to get to your next level. Got it? So yeah, of course, any change at first is going to be difficult, because you and your subconscious buddies don't want you to escape this realm. It wants to keep you down. Because who would you be if you didn't have me as an excuse? Right? Because that thought form has an identity attachment to it. It has a story to it. So if you're not in that story, who the hell would you be? Right? Like my dad's sitting right here. So he wants to play the Vietnam immigrant card. He wants to play the I survived the war card. You got to do this for me. You know what I'm saying? Like there are some thoughts that are heavy and you're like, whoa, do I have to buy into that again? But that's how he lives his life. So you have to decide which thoughts you're going to follow, because there's a bunch of thoughts out there that want to keep you trapped in a certain frequency. And this is why we have to start deprogramming, as in my word of stripping out the things that are not true to you. So I tell my dad all the time, I love you, Dad. I appreciate you so much, but I wasn't born in those kind of war environments. So I don't see the world like you do, right? So that means I'm giving myself an opportunity to define the world I live in with the rules I go by. And I believe in Waheguru. I believe in using a mantra to escape pain and suffering so I don't have to listen to that story over and over and over again. He's still saying those stories. I mean, God bless him. He's 91. I'm like, Dad, why do you have to talk about that stuff again? Again? Oh, we're having dinner. Oh my God, are we still talking about that? You know, because he's in his mind fixed to those stories because there's an identity to it. And he's stuck on that identity. Okay, questions. That was just an example. Oh, thank you, Rizwana. I just saw your comments. Okay, good to see you. Thank you. Okay, so now you understand this thing called the subconscious. It's in your mind. It's just a bunch of thoughts that's unfiltered. And you're never going to filter all of them because there's a gazillion of them. But what we do know is there's a bunch of thoughts, they start to glom together. And after a while, if you don't start cleaning out your trash, it's going to start overtaking you in your conscious life. It's going to slip up. It's going to say things you didn't want to say. Oh, sorry, darling. I'm so sorry I said that. I don't know why I say that. So critical. Dang, just like my mom. Sorry, right? Like it just slips out. And eventually you don't have to apologize for yourself because you know who you are. And you can start to become very aware of what you're saying. Yes, Bethany.
This is also helpful for me to be understanding. And from what I'm gathering is that these concepts in Kundalini have been known for thousands of years. Like this wasn't just 30 years ago. So if we've known all of this at a deep level for thousands of years, then why are we so messed up? And why are we not teaching this to like preschoolers to say, okay, mantra, when you want to hit somebody because they took your toy, mantra, like I'm feeling every weekend I come to these trainings, I'm like, man, this is great to know in my mid 30s, but like, I've got a big junk drawer to go through. Like, why are we not teaching children this stuff? Damn.
Bethany, you have my heart. I know. I get it too. But I found it way late in life. I found it in my 30s, late 30s. And it's true. Yeah. And it only it's a part of the universal mind. It is there. It's just enough of us haven't woken up to it to make it so obvious, right? So we just have to embody the teachings. I really want to really express that to all of us. It's not, the teachings is not something you think about. It's somehow you live that way. Like, you know that now, you're going to be more compassionate to other people, right? Because they don't try. to live in the subconscious mind. They don't try to live out the trash in their mind, but they haven't escaped it yet. They're still stuck in it. So have compassion for them, right? And it may not be this lifetime. I had a teacher tell me that and I almost cried, like, oh, we can't learn it this lifetime. What? Right? Like, count yourself so blessed, so lucky that you've even found this path. Like, I bow to it every day, like, oh, Waheguru, thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, just being around you and seeing you so bright and beautiful just from 6 days of practice. I mean, 6 days of class, but like to just even mark your faces and go, wow, look at you, so bright and shiny. Because there are certain truths that we can't tell other people about because they're not ready to hear it. You know how crazy you sound, Bethany, if you start walking around like that? Like they're going to think you're crazy. Like, what are you talking about? Because they're not ready to hear it. So that's why we have to be very sensitive and discern who we can speak to like this, or else it sounds like we're off kilter, right? Like those who know. That's it. And if you don't know, you're seeking. Who is
Can I
that
share
speaking?
something?
Yeah, please go ahead, Savrila.
So I was asked by my younger daughter's teacher when, schools were in, to teach the class how to meditate. Because during a parent teacher conference, anyways, we touched on that subject and he was like, oh my God, that's so wonderful. Can you do this? I'm like, sure. He talked to the parents about it and he got so much backlash because of the word meditation. So I actually said, okay, why don't we call it breathing techniques? And the parents were fine with that. It's the same thing. I taught the exact same thing I would have taught, whether it was called meditation or breathing techniques. But people are a little sideways with words like yoga and meditation for some reason. And it's just, to me, it's crazy. But I just wanted to share that with you guys.
Thank you, Savrila. That is exactly what I'm talking about, of people having sensitivities to words. Okay, so if you know that going in, that's a point on your team, as in you understand their resistances. Like people have resistances, they do. So it's good to know that the word meditation is not acceptable in that space you're learning in, that you're trying to teach in. So yeah, call it breathing techniques, call it de-stressing, right? Call it a word that they can relate to. And this is so important. I'm so glad you brought it up. Know who your audience is. Okay, everyone, know who your audience is so that you can speak to them in a way they can relate to. You're not a good teacher if you can't relate to people. If you go up there on your Kundalini high horse and try to spread the good word of Yogi Bhajan, you're in trouble. No one's going to listen to that. They're going to think you're a fanatic. So you have to speak to them in a way they can understand. Got it? Don't you think I swear a lot? Of course I swear a lot. I swear a lot to people who need to hear it. But I don't swear in general. Like I have no reason to call you profanities right now. But if I needed to, I would, just to pierce them, just to get into their space and go, oh, now they take me seriously, right? There are times in festivals I have sworn just to get their attention, just to make it relatable, because they're like, oh, Hadi does, you're Catholic nun over there. I'm like, oh, really? They called me a Catholic nun one day. They saw my name and my face and photo in this festival booklet. And they're like, oh, I wonder who this Catholic nun is. And I was standing right behind them in line for food. I'm like, oh, that's me, but I'm not Catholic nun. I'm Haridas. I had to explain myself. Yeah. So speak to the audience in a way they can understand. So Stavrula, that was brilliant to call it breathing techniques, right? Because we all know this is useful information. It's just, how do we relate it? How do we share it? How do we talk about it so that it is inspiring versus you have to know this, right? Nobody has to know anything because everyone is filled up to here with their own life. They can't take in more unless it's something they can relate to. Good. Okay, other questions or comments? This is a big topic today. I want you to understand page 123 will rock your world, the cycle of the intellect. Once you understand oh, we have subconscious, we have thoughts, we have self-sabotaging ideas. Ooh, where did that come from? Well, it's a part of the universal mind. It's not even your thoughts. So when people are trying to be original, I laugh at them like, yeah, you want to be original? Go meditate. Go meditate and filter out what is really you and what is just the conscious wave of the world that's running through you. Thank you, Lynn. Okay, I know you have a break in 1 hour and 20. I'm going to give you a little bio break right now for 5 minutes, and then we'll continue on. Okay, so let's say okay, 7 minutes. All right, 7. You get 7. See you soon. All right, are we back? Yes, we are. All right, is Seth Huddy here? Is our superstar Seth Huddy here? Yay, Seth Huddy. Okay, where are you, Seth Huddy? There you are, looking bright and beautiful. Thank you for our beautiful sauna this morning with Satdea. That was really fun.
He's good. He's beautiful soul.
He is. I liked his Jepji too.
It's nice.
How are you, Seth Huddy? What's happening?
I've just been watching you teach and enjoying that. It's always fantastic to watch Haridas. She brings the cosmos to life.
Thank you.
Practical.
And Seth Huddy brings Earth to life. Grounding down to make sure we get everything we need to do. Yes, thank you. Thank you for holding that beautiful space, Seth Huddy. Powerful Shakti. All right. Oh, I forgot to ask, Baldev, how was your East Coast sauna this morning?
It was cozy. There was just 5 of us, so it was lightly attended, but it was cozy. We had a good time.
Very good. Yeah, we've had more and more people join us from previous level 2s and just people who found us on Facebook and Instagram. So they're seeing that we have Aquarian saunas on our Sundays and they're popping in. It's so nice to see them. Okay, so I'm just going to make this blanket request to everyone. Start wearing white this week. Okay, so just start wearing white and see how your life changes or if it affects you at all. Be careful with coffee and turmeric stains as usual. Go ahead, Sadari. I know you're laughing. So it's a practice. Okay, so this is not just the idea of wearing white. It's practically wear white. Like start to wear the color white. It's going to affect you more and more. So Sadari, would you like to comment on wearing natural fibers and wearing white? Or off-white, whatever. But, you know, light-colored white, cream-ish white.
Yeah, wearing white. It's important to wear, you know, if you can wear white from top to bottom, it's super helpful and really beneficial for you and your projection into the world. But one of the things is that when we have white, particularly when it's covering our heart center, what happens is that it actually helps awaken this whole area, especially for women, the arc line here from our nipples, but it also the heart center, and it opens us up. What happens is when we whenever we look down at our clothes, this is just very simple and practical. Whenever we're looking down at our clothes and you look down and you see that color white, it actually shifts and makes a change in you and actually brightens you up within. It wakes you up within. And and when we come to, so it's, if you've got a light shirt and it's all white, that's perfect. But you know, if it's got some stripes on it or something, just do the best you can. And 40 days, try to go 40 days. I know she said a week, but try for 40 days. Wearing white, you know, at the bare minimum across, you know, at least your shirt or, you know, blouse, whatever you're going to wear. Even if you're not wearing your pants white. As far as natural fibers are really beneficial to the breathing of your skin, and in contact with your skin, we're not getting this nasty chemicals that come from unnatural fibers. Okay, and because those things can get in through our skin, and they can get in through our respiratory system as well. So from that standpoint, it's healthier to find natural fibers.
So
It'll,
Sahadi, unnatural fibers like spandex, like what's the nasty stuff you're talking about?
polyester.
Oh, polyester. Okay. Just clarification. Yeah. Okay. Good. So natural fibers lets you breathe, basically.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you want to add more?
I was laughing because earlier you said, but not your pants, but like, do wear pants. Sorry, I was up early. But yeah, just top to bottom, just start wearing white and see how that changes you. You know, people do wear white a lot, and like doctors and the ER, you know, like nurses, like people who do Reiki, energy workers, like white is a common color. So in general, if you're willing to wear white, you're willing to stand out there, it's going to put in a very different projection for you as a teacher, but for you as a person. The other thing I just wanted to mention, none of you are doing it, but just to mention, because white can be also very fashionable, make sure you cover your cleavage, like that breast area, because, you know, fashion these days, they kind of lower the line so much that your breasts are showing. And it just the teachings on breast is, Sadhari, just quickly, not the whole women's teaching, but just a little brief of why does fashion want us to bare our breast? Do you recall, Sadhari?
Oh, you're asking me.
Yeah, you. She's staring back at me blank, like, is your Wi-Fi working? No, go ahead.
Asking, I'm sorry, you're asking why fashion we're showing cleavage?
Yeah, like why is it like getting lower and lower and lower all the time? Or crop tops are like showing more and more of the breast.
Oh. You know, just from a seduction standpoint, to pull you in.
Yeah.
And in particular, you know, that arc line does pull people in. But when it's bare like that and revealed in that way, then what happens is it actually creates a weakness for that person that's actually bearing that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because that arc line is actually so powerful. This is one of the things that makes us 16 times more powerful than men. And so when we reveal ourselves here, versus covering, if you look at Haridas, she's got her chuni and it's covering over here, and I've got myself covered as well. This is an extra way to protect that arc line for ourselves and for our own energy. And what also happens is it brings unwanted attention when we have it bare. And then it can put us in uncomfortable positions that we don't want to be in.
Yeah,
And
thank you. Like vulnerability. Yeah, like vulnerability. Like we're not aware that we're inviting vulnerability in. You know, I'm not trying to blame anyone for dressing a certain way, but there's an unconsciousness to dressing a certain way and thinking, but it's my right to be a woman. I can do and wear whatever I want. However, true, others are very visually stimulated, and it doesn't stop them from acting out their animal instincts. So just as an FYI, this is why we wear chunies. It's a part of our, if you want to use it as one of your toolboxes, it's just a thin veil. We have them in silk and other fabrics, but it is to cover the most delicate part of you, which is your neck. It's your neck. Okay. So it's your neck, it's your breast, it's your arc line, it's all of this. It's to create that cozy bubble, especially when you're meditating. You put on a shawl, like I did this morning for sadhana. I actually covered my head and sat like this. It's very cozy, like you have your little cave with you, but it buffers you. So this is actually a teaching in your 10th body. A teaching, thank you, Paul Dave. It's a teaching in your 10th body, your radiant bodies, to wear a chuni, to cover your head, to put on your crown, to put on your turban, and really radiate that energy outward. So when you're ready for turban tying, I think that might be the 4th or 5th week. We can get some turbans out to you if you want to order any special ones, or we can send them out, make sure you have it, and then we could do turban tying classes. Okay, so radiant body, being mindful of how you dress, being mindful of how you present yourself into the world. There's a lot of energy in hair. So when hair is down, it's like your tentacles are out, versus when they're pulled up to the top of your crown and coiled like a snake, braided and coiled and combed through, then it's a different feeling. Okay, so just ways of presentation. But more importantly, that's just forms of self-love, how you comb your hair, how you maintain yourself. Okay, thank you. That's a teaching on wearing white, head coverings, chunis, why we wear them, neckline, bring them up. Not to be prudish, but to be more protective of your energy, Good. Okay, any questions about wearing white? Any topics like that? Okay. All right, moving right along. Any topics in particular, Sadhari, before I launch off? Okay.
Before you what?
Launch off. That means like a rocket type takeoff.
We have all kinds of topics, but you're
but I want to stay in topic with you because you're very organized and you're covering like 3 different, you're doing like this with 3 different topics. So I want to make sure I'm, not overstuffing anything. Okay. No, said, how do you teach for a bit? I'm going to watch you teach.
But I don't know where you're going.
Exactly. I'm going to go on to the yes.
Good, but I don't know where you're going right at the moment.
Where did you leave off yesterday?
Well, we finished
endocrine system.
Yeah, the endocrine and the pranic body, arc line, the values. So we haven't done the Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna, and other systems, digestive system, nervous system. Nervous system.
I leave all of that to you. What I'm going to cover right now is the pranic body. Not the pranic body, but it's called the, like what happens when you do pranayama. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about is called the pranic bank. I'm going to talk about the pranic bank with you. So it's very distinctly described well in this book called Prana Prani Pranayam. And when you do breath of fire, when you do any kind of pranayam, right? Sitali, breath of fire, alternate nostril breathing. Anytime you're doing any kind of pranayam like that, it goes into a bank. You have a bank that's floating around here and it gets filled up. And when that pranic bank gets full, you're able to use the currency. So let's say you have a friend whose dog is having surgery today. You can get a request from that friend and then they'll say, oh, could you pray for my dog? And you're like, sure, I can pray for your dog, right? So you're just kind of sending healing energy, or you're just thinking about someone. That is you sending pranic energy over to that person and they can feel it. Did you know that? Did you know that? Did you know that people can feel it when you're meditating on them or thinking or praying for them? Like it benefits them. So many of us, when we hear bad news, what's our response? Go ahead and type it in. What's our first response when you hear some bad news? It adds to your worry. You hear some bad news, you start worrying about it. Your breath is shallow. Thank you, Lynn. And you hold that breath, Emmanuel. Good. But what else? When people tell you like a terrible thing that has happened to them, or, you know, my mom's in a holiday, like you hear stories, the first response is usually, think about the three minds. Thank you, Amber. It's a negative thought, or, oh crap, or profanity, right? Like it just comes out. And now you can change that response. You can do what when they say something terrible has happened? Because either you're feeding that fire, like what is their agenda? Why did they tell you? What do they want from you? Right? So someone's having a horrible time. They keep repeating that story. You hear it and you're like, oh, blah. Either you're adding towards their train with that steam that's going in that direction, or it stops. Like they tell you that, and then you don't carry that energy home. You don't go tell your loved ones about it. You don't go home and say, darling, can you believe this happened today? Right? So you don't have to perpetuate that. It can just stop with you and you contain it. Do they contain it? Not necessarily, but you don't have to keep spreading it. You know what I'm saying? Like it can stop with you. You can sit with it. Thank you, Lynn. You can just sit with it and say, thank you for telling me that. Thank you for sharing. Right? Because when someone tells you, Emmanuel, a horrible story, you're not going to go, really? Tell me about it. Like, you're not going to do that. Like, we know you, Emmanuel. You're not going to do that. You're just going to say, what were you going to say, Emmanuel? Go ahead. You hear something bad. What are you going to say?
I think it depends on the situation, of course, but usually I just try to relate, let them get it all out, and just listen. And then my mind usually runs to like, how can I fix this or make them feel better? And then like a lot of the times, I think most people just want to be heard in that circumstance, and it's like, you know, I'm really sorry you're having that challenge, and let me know if I can help you in any way, or just listen. Yeah.
Yeah. See, like, do you get it from Emmanuel that when he says these things, he's not trying to leak energy. He's not trying to get in their business. He's not trying to tell me more about it, right? Because look how contained he was when he expressed all that. I will listen to them. They want to be heard. Like he's giving them some kind of attention so that they are acknowledged. But he's not buying into their story. He's not buying into the drama. He's not trying to be like, oh, next week, send me a picture and then tell me how it goes, right? Like he's not trying to hook onto that person. I want you to be very clear that as teachers, we are not buying into other people's dramas, that we become very mindful of how we carry ourselves as teachers so that we're holding a neutral space for them, but we're not using their story as bait. You know what I'm saying? Like we're not trying to get job security out of the situation. We want them to get their own wings and start flapping and get out of here. Like you don't want to be hatching these little eggs all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like you want them to mature. You want to be there for them and meditate and do yoga with them, but you don't want to be surrounded by crying babies. Like, how is that helpful? But there are people who bank on that, who sees that and go, oh yeah, that's a sucker for life. That's a sucker for at least 7 years. I'm going to get money out of this one and this one and this one. Like how that's how the world is. I'm sorry to tell you that, but there are certain people in power in places that will look for profiles like that and try to make money off of them. There's no problem about making money teaching. That's fine. But I'm just saying, be very clear about how you are communicating so that you're not perpetuating it. Understand? Because there is a price to pay. There is karma to be paid for that. If you spot a weakness and try to exploit it. People don't see it, but it's there. Okay. So when you hear some sob story, the best answer would be Bethany or Amber or Lynn.
Thank you so much for sharing that with me.
Landed. That's it. Yeah, right? I love that, Bethany. Right? Thank you. As in, thank you. And then it just lands. Good. Amber.
I mean, I agree with her. That's what I was thinking I would say. I guess you could also say, Satnam, thank you for sharing. Have a nice day.
Right. Because you want to look at least that you heard, right? Like we're not just trying to brush them off with a spiritual, cynical satnam, right? We're not trying to do that, but sometimes it comes off that way because we are in a hurry. So just everybody just like take a moment, inhale and exhale. Like just slow down your breath, just like that. Just breathe into it like they told you something. You just breathe into it. And then dramatic pause. Thank you for sharing. Then they feel heard. Then you're not trying to rush or brush them off or like, get out of here, next, right? Like just spend that moment, bring your presence completely there and breathe into it. Very good. And then if it was a terrible, horrible thing, you can say, go ahead, Lynn, you're shaking your head, but go ahead.
Basically, I'm not comfortable having this conversation, or this is sort of, this isn't the right time for me, because it has to be my boundary.
Right. Thank you. Remember, yesterday we did cover impersonal personal. Yes, Sahadi, or not yet? No, not yet. Excuse me. Okay. So as individuals, yes, of course, Lynn, we have these boundaries, right? Of course, like everybody should have boundaries. Please, thank you. Please have got boundaries. And at some point when they tell you things, it's not for you personally. It's for an impersonal you. It's for the teacher you. And that's when you say, thank you for sharing. And that's it. Like, just thank you for sharing, and like close the conversation and walk away. Or if you are of that mindset, you can say, and we'll be praying for you, or you're in our thoughts, something gentle and kind, because really what they want from you is some attention, but you're not trying to give them a lot of attention, right? Because you're managing your energy, because there's a lot of people around. And if they see you doing it to that one, they're all going to be crying babies so they can get the next bottle. You know what I'm saying? So we got to be. Sadhari, go ahead. Looks like you want to say something or about to burst out laughing. So it's all right. Okay, good. What we're talking about is energy management. And you're not aware of it yet, but in a few weeks, in a few months, your energy is going to be way bigger than you're used to. And a lot of people are going to want your attention. So we're teaching you how to manage your energy. Okay. And that's by wearing white, taking cold showers, doing the Kriya, like everything Sadhari and Baldev and all the other trainers have taught you. It's to engage yourself into the world without feeling depleted, without feeling personally, I'm exhausted. Oh, this person wants this again. Versus recognizing, wow, they're coming through me, right? Like I am just the channel and they're coming through me. Like this is the door they're going through, not taking anything personally. Okay, so this pranic bank, the more you practice, the bigger the account becomes. The more currency you have in that account, the more you can share. That's it. So when people come to class and say, oh, this person died, that person died, you can just easily, okay, well, after class, we'll chant a call for them. And you just chant a call. You just chant it 3 to 5 times, a call, a call, a call, and you help that soul move on, right? Like there's so many little things you can do in class that will make people feel like they're heard or they're a part of Sangha. And that's what we're really trying to do, is grow your community base. Let people feel safe in that space. Let people feel acknowledged, and let them feel like they're a part of a community, because this is really important. Okay, so that pranic center is located on the 8th vertebrae. That pranic center, what we're talking about today, is called the pranic center. It's located on the 8th vertebrae. So the first 7 from the top down are your cervical cords, right? Cervical, C1, C2, C3, C4. The C7 is that big notch right back there. When you turn your head left and right, you feel that the one that doesn't move, that's C7. So you go down C8, you just go down, go down, go down. And then right at that tip, right at that point between the shoulder blades, it's on your 8th vertebrae. That's the pranic center. That's where it's located. So there are certain postures we're going to get into in February with Simran Singh. He's going to teach you some postures that when you lock into those postures, There it is. Like my spine got so much taller. How'd I do it? You get the shoulder blades down the back, right? Anytime we do it, like let's do this one, arms out to the side, thumbs forward in front, thumbs hook on the back, inhale left, exhale right. You know that one? It's called spinal twist. Okay, stay right here. Stay center, but do me a favor, pull your shoulder blades down the back. Let's see what that looks like. There you go. So the shoulder blades come back, but the arms are parallel. So Bethany up. Yeah, okay, good. But shoulders down the back, you do what? Everybody, shoulders down the back, your breast pop forward, right? So the rib cage angle changes just slightly. There. Now you can take a deeper breath, everyone. Hold. Exhale. Okay. So that part in your between the shoulder blades is called the pranic center. That pranic center, when you lock it into position, whether it's that spinal flex or whether it's this spinal flex with your hands on your shins, or whether it's ego eradicator, shoulder blades down the back, it pops that rib cage forward and you can easily access that pranic center. And that pranic center, when you hold it in that proper position, you're able to stay in those postures longer, easily, right? Because you're in alignment. So we call it locking the upper triangle. When you're in position, you can lock it in. And when you're going to be meditating for a long time, who knows when that will be, but it will be, you can lock in your posture, lock in your angles, because Kundalini Yoga is a science of angles and precision. So we lock in position, that pranic center is activated, and that bank gets fuller and fuller and fuller. So eventually, you take a deep breath in, deep breath out. Just do like 2 more of those. Slow it down, inhale. Exhale. With your eyes closed, you can feel yourself centered, full, relaxed. Then pop open your eyes. Still see the world, still feel relaxed and full and contained and present. You have access to your pranic bank. And when you have this stillness within you, it is so priceless that everyone wants to know what you're doing. Everyone wants to know, how did you achieve that? How do you get your mind to slow down? Right? I'm not saying your mind's slowing down. It's just you're not paying attention to those thoughts because you're working on your breath. And this is one of the key factors of keeping you here versus being hijacked by those thought forms we were talking about earlier. When you say you're going to do something but end up not being able to do it, well, it's because we didn't have the presence of mind to do it. Bless you, Amber. Bless you. Okay, so there is forgot to mention, in your diaphragm, there is a U muscle. When it's in your pranic center, there's a U muscle. There's a U muscle, as in every time you breathe, that breath, there's a U that goes through your pericardium to that back muscle area, and it breathes. Like that's the oxygen that's exchanged in your lungs, right? There's that breath that comes out, the oxygen exchange, that part is there. And the other part of it goes to your pranic bank. So that's why the more you breathe, the more energy you have, the more reserve you have, you can use in times of need. So let's say you're never used to waking up early, but all of a sudden you have Aquarian sadhana. You want to get to Aquarian sadhana. How are you going to get there? Use your reserves from all your meditations, from all the pranic breath you've been doing, or the pranayams. It builds up your reserves. So when you say, oh, tomorrow, oh, we're going to get up early and do this, it's your answer isn't, oh my God, it's terrible. You'll say, okay, got it. I'll be there tomorrow, right? Because the more you commit to things and you actually show up, everyone type in what happens when you say, I'm going to be there, and you actually make it. What is building in you? Good, Amber, take that and run with it. So if you're building inner trust because you say you're going to do something and then you actually do it, right? Like we say this week, we're going to wear white and you actually do it. You're building self-trust. You're building that inner trust. You're building that Lynn, that self-confidence. Sonam, you're feeling stronger. Where is that eventually going to lead you? Like, why is commitment first? Why we say yes to things? And I'm not talking positive mind yes. I'm saying the yes where you stand behind and that you can actually deliver. Where is that going to take you?
New habits.
Good, good. And what about new habits? Where is it eventually going to lead you? Thank you, Lynn. Connected to the divine. Be more consistent. Good, Sonam. What's the end game, folks? Why do we keep doing this? Why we keep saying yes? Why we keep showing up? What for? What for? Develop your character.
To fulfill our dharma.
Good, good. Yes, all of this. Yes, reprogram the mind to serve your higher self, listening to your soul. And I want you to remember this. You're saying yes to the unknown. You have no idea what the hell is going to happen, but you're going to be just fine. How do you know that? Because you showed up. You keep showing up. Cannot fail. You see? We are developing a relationship to the unknown. Well, how do I know tomorrow's going to be okay? Because it's going to be okay. Oh, how do you know that, right? Because let's say you're with someone who's a total cynic, who's a total skeptic, who's very afraid of the world, who doesn't know what's going to happen, but is afraid anyways. How are you going to deal with someone like that? Because they're looking for you to comfort them. And you yourself do not know what's going to happen. But how do you know you're going to be okay? How do you know that?
There was a thing in the textbook yesterday that says you're a teacher and the same universal spirit that turns the earth is also going to take care of you. So as a teacher, you have to learn to have faith and surrender.
Amen to that, sister. That's right. But what are we surrendering to? Because we're not trying to teach you to be sheep, right? We're teaching you to what? What are you surrendering to? Who are you trusting out there? It's you. You're trusting yourself. Can you trust yourself? Can you right now say, yes, I trust myself? Amber's making a face. Yeah, not so much. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, I get it. Yeah, Lynn, yes. It's because you haven't been, what's the word? Put in pressurized situations enough that you know you can handle. And until you have confidence knowing that you can handle these hard things, you're like, not so much. I didn't. Because what we're trying to do is impress yourself. We're going to put you in situations where you impress yourself. You're not impressing any of us. We don't care. It's not us. It's you. You're trying to impress yourself. Go ahead, Amber.
I just wanted to mention when you said something about doing things or just say yes to the unknown and you'll be okay. Yesterday, Baldev asked us all if we had taken cold showers yet. And, I was like tail between the legs, like, no. And so he challenged us, for the next 14 days to do it. So I got up today, Baldev, and I did my cold shower, even though I only got my hands and my feet. But I did it. And you know what? Like I got out of it and I was like, why was I so scared of that? Like I was fine. It was not that bad.
Right. Because what made it so bad? What, like, in your mind tell you it was so bad? Like, where is the resistance, Amber?
Well, I was worried about being cold, but yeah, just it being different, warm, it feels cozy, warm feels safe, right? Because that's just what we know. It feels soothing. I've attached some belief, I don't know, to being warm. So being cold felt unsafe, I guess.
Right. So your word, it starts with a W. What was your word, Amber? It's actually a big concept in your life.
Worry, was that? Worry. Okay.
It's something that takes some of your life force. Like it taxes you, like every opportunity that comes up, you have to pay the worry tax because you're worried. It's actually something that you have to divert energy to, like maybe 20% of your paycheck has to go to the worry account. Okay, so there's that part of you that worries, and you just have to ask yourself, is this worry warranted? Like, is this a true worry? Like, is this really something I need to be concerned about? Or is it just this thing that my mind likes to do because it's habitual? Okay, so I want you to just for a moment there, Amber, you don't have to tell us every single thing, but worry, is this something you naturally do, or did you learn to do this from someone?
I definitely learned it.
That means you can definitely unlearn it too.
For sure.
Yeah, or at least turn it down a few notches, right? Because what it does over time is it becomes bigger, bigger, bigger part of your life. And after a while, it stunts you from living your life fully because you have to pay the worry tax. Okay, some of us pay the I'm not good enough tax, but you pay a worry tax. So you got to look at that relationship and go, oh, what was I so worried about? It's just a cold water, big deal. I'm not going to die from it. In fact, I might live from it. Like, according to Wim Hof, look at that guy. He had no worries about cold water at all. Like, he's a living example of it. So, worry tax, that's something Amber's going to be reflecting on for a little bit in her journaling. Good. Okay, good. Thank you. Honestly, in level 2, I don't really grill you. I'm sorry, level 1, I don't really grill you about this until we get to level 2, and then I start breaking down some serious chiseling. But for now, you carry on, carry on, carry on. But just know when level 2 comes around, you'll be ready to work with me on that level. Okay. So, pranic body, pranic center. We build these systems up, we build these bank accounts up so that we become very present, so that we can live life very fully. You got so much pranic currency in your account. What you worried about? What can't you do? You know why? Because you've done everything you can and you're still here in life. Like, you're still showing up. You're still alive. Nothing's missing. Nothing's broken. And if it was, you're like, well, that was the price to pay for that. Moving on. Okay, so pranic center, pranic body. Sadhati, what would you like to add to that? Well, there's pranic healing too, all that stuff you used to tell me about. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's pranic healing. I think it's just about reiterating what you're saying with this, because the more that you build yourself that cushion of that pranic bank, you'll be able to move through everything that you got to move through in this life. And as long as you continue building it along the way, you don't run out. It's not like a car that runs out of fuel. As long as you keep putting in a little bit every day, then you constantly keep building up yourself that cushion. So, you're going to be going along, and maybe there's going to be a time where it's a challenging time, and you're able to call on that pranic energy and make use of it to get you through whatever it is you're going through, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. It doesn't matter, because it all has to do with that collection that you've been storing up. And so it's why it's crucial for you to continue practicing, like we were talking about yesterday, because we were going over how you inhale, but then holding the breath out, and the importance of holding the breath out, and what that, being able to build up that capacity to expand. Am I hearing someone else's noise? I mean, I'm hearing I don't think
so. Holding the breath out is one of the scariest things your body will ever experience. Because it thinks you're going to die, and it wants to take that big breath. So we're actually training our bodies to hold the breath out. And hopefully when you're holding that breath out, you're chanting a mantra so that you're not going, oh my God, hurry, right? You're not freaking out, because you're overriding that system of your body freaking out. So you're inhale, exhale, hold the body out, hold the breath out, Satnam, whatever your mantra is, Waheguru, 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 and then breathe in again. That's why that 1 minute breath is incredibly healing. It's 20 seconds in, 20 seconds hold, 20 seconds exhale. So if you could ever engage 11 minutes, that's what it's taught, 11 minutes of that 1 minute breath, you can heal yourself. It's true. You can heal yourself 11 times of that 1 minute breath. Now, back to cold showers for just a second, just to support Amber on this. Amber, did you know that a cold shower is equivalent to 31 minutes of hard yoga? Oh, you didn't know. Biggest bang for your buck right there. Yeah, it will just completely flush your system of pulling the old blood from the organs out to the fingertips, because you have to force that old blood out, that new blood in. So it does capillary action. It sucks the old blood out. It pulls the new blood in. So you have higher oxygenated blood. And the whole time, hopefully you're doing some kind of breath of fire or mantra or right, some kind of influx of air so that you can help the system recuperate instead of yelling profanities and screaming, and you just, very calmly, Waheguru, 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 sing Mu mantra, whatever it is you got to do, but flush your system, right? Because we're doing this, we're pounding our chest, we're putting the cold water everywhere. So systematically, there's a page. Did we cover that page in your book, Sarhari, about where to apply the water and the effects it has?
Yes.
We did.
All Dave did cover that.
Good. So like if you drip it on your eyebrow, it's so relaxing. If you hit it behind the wrist, like things like that. But more importantly, a shot of cold water will wake you up faster than anything else, especially if it hits the back of your neck. Yes, very good. It's like applying water as medicine. It's like your application of water. There was a whole thing in Germany in the 40s about the Knupp, that guy Knupp, and how he applied water everywhere, like his Ishnan and his studies of water application. Or the sitz bath. Those guys are all Germans and Austrians anyways. They figured that out in the body and applying water in different places. Okay, so cold showers. I hope that you're all practicing it, because you're going to have the most amazing skin if you do it. You're going to be like, where did my wrinkles go? Cold water. Hey guys, what is that lotion you're using? It's called cold water. Yes, cold water. It's your answer. And cat cow, that's like the amazing facelift. Turbans, cold water, cat cow. I'm not kidding. There it is. Got to use that oil. Okay, so cold showers, pranic body, radiant body. How do you get such radiance? It's not just from the yoga and the workout. The radiance comes from when your hormones start to work together. There was this lady, we did one of our teacher trainings in Mexico, in Tijuana actually, and she was this hardcore A-line personality person. She was a medical practitioner, and she complained about like this little belly that hung out over her pants. Like nobody could notice it. She was a size 4. You know what I'm saying? Like she's petite, beautiful. She's like, could you just look at my belly? And she rubbed it. I'm like, what belly? She says, I used to go to the gym all the time and I could never get rid of this. But doing, I think it was awakening the 10 bodies, or no, infinity. Yeah. And what's it called? Elevate infinity. What is that name of that Kriya? Dave? Elevation to infinity. I can't remember it. It's one of the first in your book. Kriya for elevation. Sorry. Kriya for elevation. She started doing Kriya for elevation every morning at a certain time. And then all of a sudden, within the first month, she started losing weight. And she swore she went to the gym for like 3 years, every day at whatever time, and she could never get rid of it. She said, why is it that I do this one and my belly's going away? Type it in, folks. What's your answer? What's your answer? Kriya for elevation. Why is this one in particular helping her lose weight in her belly? What is it about this Kriya? That could be, Amber, that she shifted her mindset. Elevated. Yes, she's elevated herself to that state to manifest. Yes, thank you, Lynn. Balancing your endocrine system. Look, every Kriya has this potential, but there was something about the rhythmic, redundant movements that got her endocrine system going. I failed to mention she was in her late 50s going through menopause. But there it is, endocrine system. So it's your endocrine system, and Sadhari, I'm sure we'll go over that at some point with you, that helps you with weight regulation, that helps you with toning up your body. It's not the heavy workouts, right? People think you just go to the gym, I can work it off, I can work it off. But what they're missing is the glandular secretions. So radiant body, pranic body, all of this has to deal with how much you radiate peace in your life. Not just like think I'm peaceful, I think I'm peaceful, I think I'm a yogi, I think I'm supposed to be spiritual. No, not like that. How much you embody your peace, how much you can embody that peace. Because when you walk into the room, Yogi Bhajan used to say, your presence is what matters. It doesn't matter what you're wearing, it's your presence. If you walk into the room and you can change the room, something's working, something's working. But if you go in there, it doesn't matter what you're wearing, you have no effect. So we're working on our effect. How do we affect others? In the way we dress, in our projection, in the way we breathe, in the way we don't react to other people. And as we say this a lot in level 2, drive in your lane. Okay, stay in your lane. Yeah, stay in your lane. Like just have control over your lane. Don't try to like road rage other people. Just stay in your lane and what happens between here, right? In your space. Excellent. All right, questions, comments. Okay, so soon start covering your head or wear a beanie, wear something head covering, a handkerchief, whatever you want. Just start covering your crown and start, combing your hair and putting it up and putting it in your solar center so you can start containing your own energy field. Okay, and then you can start being more concerned in your own space and how you are projecting that space, how you are projecting. And not and recognize just because someone says something doesn't mean it's your problem. Just because someone shares something, Emmanuel, you don't have to give a solution. You're not here to fix anything. You just be like, that's interesting. Comment to yourself like, thank you for sharing. I don't know why you shared that with me, but thank you. Like you don't have to say it, but you know what I'm saying? Like there's always this incoming stuff. Be mindful of what you do with that information so it doesn't have to be a problem you have to fix. Because when we become aware of these, oh, I'm doing that again. I'm doing this person said it last week in level 2. I'm a fixer helper. Someone says something, my fixer helperness wants to step in and try to fix it or try to help it. And I said, well, are you exhausted from doing that all the time? She said, yes, very much so. Then why are we still doing that? That's the question, right? Like these are the thoughts that are in that cyclical cycle of the intellect that keeps going. Like she recognized it. It was called fixer helper. She called it my fixer helper self. I have a FA. FA is showing up in the room again. FA is here. Well, you can now decide if you want to hand over the situation to FA or if you just hang out and just notice, oh, FA is here. That's nice. Okay, well, continuing on, right? Because we don't want to overcompensate that either. Like when you recognize it, just recognize it and just, okay, I see what's happening. Versus buy into it and work it all out and repeat the same pattern. Because that's what we're really trying to shake up. I'm not going to say break up. I'm saying shake up. We're trying to shake up these patterns. Very good. Okay. Amber? Oh, go ahead. Was it Amber or Bethany? Who was first? Go ahead, Amber.
Bethany first. She can go first.
Okay, Bethany.
I just want to add to what you're saying about the the power of modeling that behavior of not reacting and jumping to fix or solve is people are going to observe us acting this way and be like, oh, I guess I don't have to fix or solve other people's problems either. So I feel very motivated now to practice that and get better at it. Because yeah, Satnam.
Thank you, Bethany. That's a great reminder because you're giving yourself permission to not buy into it anymore. You know, you recognize and go, oh, it's like a satisfaction when you can recognize it. It's like you win 1 point, I win. Not buying into it. I'm not biting the bait. No, no, no. Right? Because it takes some self-discipline. Because the default is to run into it head first. Now it's like, oh no, I'm disciplined enough to I'm not even going to look over there, because if I look over there, my mind's going to want to start tearing it apart. I'm not doing it. Right?
Totally.
It's a form of self-love, really, truly.
The timing of this is so perfect. My dad just had a brain surgery, so the 3 siblings are sharing caregiving. So there's a lot of this happening right now. So thank you for the timing of this. I'm going to use it today. Satnam.
Waheguru. Yes. I always say that Waheguru because that's where it came from, right? Like that's what's being delivered to you, exactly what you needed to hear. It's not of my personal design. It's just this personal, impersonal that's coming through. Like that's the teacher that's coming through for the space. Thank you. Good. Stavrula or Lynn, I know you're not on camera, but if you have, oh, hi, Lynn, you've already commented. Balancing your endocrine system. What else? Lynn or Stavrula, if there's anything out there you want to comment on or say, please do, because we don't see you on video. Okay.
Sometimes in my life, what happens is, say there's some sort of, dialogue going that they're trying to go, right? My first offense is to stop talking. And then I'm sometimes viewed as not being involved. But for me, I have to stop talking. Like I just, that's like my stop sign or something. But sometimes that's not well received. And then sometimes I think, so where is the hold up for being able to find the words to say to actually stop this, rather than them thinking, oh, she's just not talking now.
Exactly, Lynn. That's what we're working on, is your poker smile. Okay, so everyone, I know you have your own tactics, but you really got to just practice smiling. Thank you for sharing that. Like just like, so they can feel, because everyone's processing in their own way, and they actually, Lynn, they want you to act a certain way. You're not acting. So they're telling you, well, you're just shut off, versus this is how I process. Like I'll close my eyes on purpose. I am processing, like you're taking a moment for yourself. I'm listening, and it's okay to close your eyes. It's okay. It's just, you're trying to fit someone else's response, expectation of a response you're not willing to give yet, because you're still listening, or you notice, oh, I'm talking, I'm going to stop talking. You do that on purpose. Like that's actually really brilliant on your behalf. But now you got to smile with it, or, somehow let them know, like signal to them, because this is a communication 101, is 90% of it is body language, right? Good. So you're just going to practice your smile. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, like that, right? Like just, yes, I heard you. Or you can say like, I heard you, or that has landed. Find some cue, some way to let them know you got it. Like you don't need to hear that story 7 more times. Like I understand what's happening. Or what's helpful is to paraphrase it back. So you're saying, this is what happened today, right? Sometimes they just need to hear you say it. Oh, okay, you got it. But also become very aware of that. When people tell their stories, they love to tell it at least 2 to 3 times. It's cyclical. Remember, it's cyclical. The mind is cyclical. It just needs to explain. So that's why when we have questions in level 2s and in level 1s, what's your question? I expect a question quickly. But when they go into a story, 3 minutes later, I'll remind them, and your question is, Ah, okay. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. I got lost in a story, right? They'll do that. So just bring them back to, what's your question? Or this is what you're telling me, and rephrase it for them. Because look, you're not trying to get your energy sucked out of you. Okay. What we're teaching you is how to train your mind and train their mind so that they're delivering something that is constantly met right now. Like, why do you need me to be a part of this? Oh, okay. You don't. This is just you processing, right? People process differently in their own times. But sometimes you might have walked into a room, Emmanuel, and someone's processing. And instead of letting them process, you might want to fix something, maybe. And then they'll get upset because they're just trying to process with you. As in, stop, Emmanuel, I just want you to listen. I don't need you to fix it. Oh, okay. Oh, that's good to know. I'll back it up a little. So what we're forgetting, and I'm bringing it to a point, we're forgetting when people share, they're not necessarily wanting an answer. They just want you to be witness. So so the question is, do you want to walk into the room now, or do you want to walk into it later when they're done processing? So you don't have to be involved in this whole situation. Okay, so now go ahead. When have you walked into someone in the middle of a processing versus letting them process? Because this is
There's
where your
this,
boundaries get blurred.
yes, yes. And then I need to practice these techniques continually with more consistent sadhana, I think, for me. Because, I mean, daily, maybe. I have to say maybe because it's scary to say, yes, that's what I want to do. But because those people, they'll talk to me, and I think I give them just a little, and then we stop, and then they follow me back to where I have to go do my work and keep talking. And that's very hard for me because I'm thinking, I have to do this. This is a new job for me. I don't want to have a problem. I don't want to offend you. So it's an interesting evolution. Sometimes I think the more I practice, the more people follow me and want to talk to me too. And I think, okay, but what the heck do I have to give to them? I like what you said about witness and let them, and the smiling. I know I'm not always, this is so shallow, but I'm not always happy with my teeth. So sometimes I don't smile. Or also I'm very concentrating, so I don't smile. So it's these little nuances I find maybe to put in the toolbox. Yeah.
Maybe. Yes.
I know.
You can still smile without teeth, it's just, yeah. It's not like you have to smile, Sonam. It's just, it makes other people feel better knowing that you're okay. Because if they told you something horrible and you're not smiling, I'm not saying you have to, but when you're not, they're like, oh, did I tell you too much? Oh no, right? And then they get all self-conscious and insecure, and then they want to tell you more. But I have to tell you that because I'm like, no, let's just stop, just cut it, right? But you can't tell them that either. So energetically, you're kind of slowly backing out. I mean, it's so funny. I have to tell you a bunch of empaths this, but it's true. Y'all losing your boundaries, and you're getting sucked into other people's stories, and you're losing yourself and feeling bad about it. So we have to just, like, baby steps now, baby steps. What are you going to do? So now, oh, I have a phone call. I have to take this, like very gently. You have to put up boundaries, especially because you're in your workplace and you have to deal with them every day. So gentle, but you got to back out so you can feel safe in your space again. But Sona, I'm not kidding. Cold showers, girl. Cold showers. That'll be a definitive line for you. Either you're doing it or you don't. And if you do it after a while, you're like, yeah, I got that. Next. Victory. What's next? I could do that. Right? Yeah, that's right, Sonam. Because it starts to build your self-confidence. And after a while, you're like, wait, what are you telling me? I don't have time for this. Yeah, no, energetically, that's what you're saying to people. Because I'm focused. I got things to do. Right? Good. Amber, you had your hand after Bethany. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm glad you waited because mine actually didn't have anything to do with that. It had to do with the head coverings. And I'm just curious, you were talking about like putting your hair on top of your head, and like obviously my hair's short right now. And I wondered that during sadhana, because the next training weekend, my group will be leading sadhana. And so what is your suggestion for someone? Like, is this offensive? Is this going to like how can I best, I guess, conserve my energy and be my best with the short hair?
So how do you go?
So you can still put your hair up, even though it's short, and still have it fully covered, you know, even if you're not pulling it fully up on top of your head because it's still not long enough, you can still wrap it around on your head or pin it up on your head to keep it under a turban. So that's, so that you are allowing yourself to be protected. So yeah, so with short hair, long hair, anybody can put their hair under a turban.
Okay, so I'll just like tuck it in there. That's fine. I
Yeah,
guess
so
things
grab it,
tying of the hair.
right. Yeah, you can just do the best you can to put it under there. I mean, unless Haridas has had some other experiences, I don't know.
Thank you. So Amber, it's not offensive, okay? Never think your hair is offensive. Never, never. It's just energetically, when you can get it off your neck, off your shoulders, and pull all that antenna, right? Because your hair is like human antenna. You put all your antennas at the top, you're going to radiate differently. That's all. So you can use some clips, or somehow get it to a loose bun, or because it's not at that place to pull all the way up. But just if you flip your hair over, like you're drying it maybe, and then start wrapping the fabric around it, it will stay in place. Yeah, you just got to play with it. There's a bunch of YouTube videos on that, on turbans and head coverings. But the point is, get those antennas upward. So let me ask Emmanuel. Emmanuel, how long is your hair?
It's quite short and there's not much of it.
Yeah, so how do you do it? You just put a beanie on, or do you
Yeah,
wrap
right
it
now I
somehow?
have a beanie on. I don't own like a fabric to wrap my head in besides that. And so yeah, I'm sure there'll be some more exploration later, but
Yeah, okay.
yeah.
Yeah, so you can have your hair up, or eventually you've just flipped your hair over, and even that cloth you're using right now, Amber. Amber, say something so I can look at you in the big screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so that fabric you're using right now, how long is it?
Well, it's like scarf length. It's
Okay.
not long enough to really be wrapping around. I have to work pretty hard to get it tucked.
Ah, okay, got it. Well, we're selling these turbans, and they're about 15 to 21 feet long. Like they're long. They're like 4 yards. So that's what, 12. You can go 12 to 15 to 18 feet. I use a 25, 22. Like mine is pretty large. So hence my turban is a lot bigger. But you can use these long fabrics, and it helps with management with the shape of your turbans too. But it'll tuck all that hair in. So there's a lot more to work with. But the point is, once you start wearing a certain tightness around your turbans, it presses the brain plates together. So when you're chanting, it feels amazing. It's like a cathedral in there when you're chanting, because the energy goes upward and the sound resonates more. Versus if your hair was down, or if your head was exposed. Like there's a certain cushion that goes with it. So the point of getting the hair up is to get those antennas pointing upward, not like all the way upward, but get it at the top of your head so that energy can cascade downward, So that part you can practice. I hope that answers your question.
In the chat about which group is leading sadhana next week. But I think what the email was trying to communicate is that every group is going to start leading their own like 4-person sadhana next week. It's not one foursome leaves it for the whole pod, right? Like each 4 of us will start next week, or sorry, next training weekend, right?
Sadhari.
So depending on the size of your group, okay, so you should be able to rotate. So you can, if you have, there's 3 aspects of sadhana, right? So there's japji, there's the yoga set and relaxation, and there's the meditation mantras and closing. So, typically, whoever you're going to decide who's going to lead what aspects of that sadhana. So there's going to be those of you in the West Coast group and those of you on the East Coast group. And so you're going to take turns rotating. through who's leading on the different weekends. And so typically there's no more than 3 at a time. So one person for each section. Or like I said before, if there's only 2 of you going to be available that weekend, then the 2 of you can split that, or one of us trainers can fill in the gap if needed. Or if someone wants to do the whole sadhana, that's also possible.
Adventurous, yes. Okay, so Bethany, did we answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, this is interesting because we're running 2 sadhanas, and usually with one, there's many more people to serve at it. But now, you know, we're here and here. That means we're doing double or triple time, as in, you know, we'll eventually one person will lead the Japji part, the Kriya part, and the meditation part at some point. Maybe not all in one day, but at least you have the experience of the others. And Emmanuel, I thought of you this morning. Emmanuel, how you can read Japji without the recording now, right? Or are we still listening?
Yeah, I can do it without the recording. I'm sure my pronunciation needs some work, but I have a good rhythm that I kind of naturally fall into.
Cool. Well, if you wanted to lead Japji one day, you could play the recording and read with it. How about that? As long as you're in the same room, we won't have a sound distortion. So it's not like Amber's playing the Japji and you're chanting it. You know what I'm saying? Like you're in the same room, then you can play your Japji and read along to it.
That would be lovely. Yeah.
That we would love to hear that. In fact, we highly encourage it. Anyone can play Japji anytime, but if you played in your own space and you chant along, we're happy about that too. So we want to start hearing everyone's sound current, you know, to get it going. Excellent. And don't feel shy about not listening to recordings. Like I still listen to recordings, and I've been in a long time. I love the recordings. The recordings are giving you the structure. And then hopefully at some point, if you didn't have the recording, you could still read your Japji, you know what I'm saying? So it doesn't become a handicap. I'm just saying, like, keep listening. Like, it's not our normal language. Like, we weren't raised in it, so we're still practicing it. It's good to have that structure too. Excellent. So somebody, Emmanuel, will read the Japji, and maybe you'll lead the Kriya too, or someone else will lead the Kriya, and then you can come back later for the chants part, you know, and chant along, sit, same. Good. So we get the picture, like we're all chipping in for sadhana. So it's not just one trainer all the time doing it, even though we love to do it. The point is to empower you so that eventually you will lead it in your own home spaces and online as well. Because those who know need to step back for those who are in the process of learning. That's how we grow, by doing, by being there. Excellent.
Yeah, and Baldev and I'll be here, you know, as you have questions and you get your groups formed of who's teaching. That's why I've asked you to let me know who's leading, so that because when we know who's leading and we know that ahead of time, then it allows us to be more supportive of you and, you know, all the questions you may have right up to the day that you're actually leading, you know. We're here for you. So we want to make sure that you, you know, are feeling comfortable leading. All right. So don't hesitate to ask your questions once you kind of understand what groups and who's leading what. Okay.
Good. Thank you. Sadhari, when are we starting the small groups or the Q&A on what you had planned?
Well, so the small groups have been, they've been divided up. So they have their small groups now. We talked about, you know, some of them have talked with each other, and I don't know if they've actually all had a meeting yet. And as far as Q&A, we did hold a Q&A, Baldev and I did last weekend, but nobody showed up. So we're holding another Q&A, making it available. I believe on the 28th of February is the next Q&A. And those Q&As are to, you know, help answer any kind of questions or lifestyle, anything that you may have that, you know, just come up during the time that you're out of the training, or if you don't feel that you've gotten to hear it in the training, it's a time for you to ask the trainers questions.
Good. And your small groups is phenomenal when it comes to sharing. Okay, so make sure you check in with your small groups, you check on each other, support each other, listen to each other, be there for each other, because you're going to be going through some stuff if you haven't gone through already. Like, it's good to know that you have some support on your peer level as well, not just trainers level, but on the peers. Like, these are your buds for a while. So that's good to know. Excellent. Okay. We're white, right? Your journal question I asked earlier, as in, what are the thoughts that are repeating, right? Bethany asked that question. Go ahead and ask your question again, Bethany. Remind us our question for journaling this week.
What thoughts do you notice keep circling the block, like the broken records that you were talking about?
Become acutely aware, page 123, the cycle of the intellect. Understand how a thought form that has colored, we'll call it colored, has a certain charge that when it you start to follow that thought, it creates a feeling, emotion, desire, action, reaction, and it perpetuates that cycle we're talking about. See that relationship, start to recognize that relationship, and then ask yourself, do I want to keep doing this? Oh, I've become aware of it. Insert mantra, insert breath. Why get it? And cancel or delete. Either you keep it or get rid of it. Okay, time to move on. I'm not doing that anymore, right? Train the brain so we don't have to keep coming back to that. Good. You are doing self-maintenance on this now. This is going to be something for you to look at, for you to, throughout the course, ask yourself, oh, am I doing that? Oh, I'm doing that again. Or my partner's doing that again. It's so easy when they do it, right? Darling, do you know you're doing that thing again? If only we were that good to ourselves. Darn it, I'm doing that again. So be kind to your partners as you go through this process. Don't take it out on them, anything you discover about yourself. Keep it to your small groups. Keep it to your Q&A sessions on Sundays. And continue on. Okay, what else? So your homework, Sadhari will work on you on your homework. Please keep reciting a podi of Japji, just if not several, right? But keep your recitation practice going. And I want you at some point to tell one of your friends on your small group, I'm going to chant this for you. It is the second podi, is the third podi, like chant, but in a way that they're convinced you know it. As in, you're saying it properly, your precision, tongue, la, 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 that you're getting into a sound current. Like Emmanuel's got his japji, or he's working on his japji. So there are times, I'm sure, Emmanuel, throughout the day that you hear a puri, that there's some word that keeps repeating in your mind. Maybe it's sunya, siadapir surna, sunya dava laka, sunya. Like there's something, I'm sure there's a track in your mind that you hear now and then. Which one is it, Emmanuel?
Well, Soche Sochna Hoveji Sochi Lakvar just pops up a lot. And then Iktu Jibo Lakohe Lakove Lakvis. That pori comes up a lot, or at least the start of it. I don't know why that line sticks, but it does.
Did you check to see what that pori means?
I just started to, and like I know in the book it kind of starts talking about the theme behind each one. I think that one's about fulfilling your karma or something in relation to that, but I didn't go in depth at all to it.
Well, if you decide to go in depth with that, chant it 11 times and start noticing what's coming through. Because remember, Japji is a doorway. It is a dimension to another space. If you tap into it long enough, that frequency of that space will start to show up for you. So let's say you're into, you're not into it. In fact, it's a horrible thing, but it's self-sabotage, right? And so that's puri number 18. Asankamurakandagoda, Sankachorharam Kora, Sankamaka Jahijo, like goes on and on. It just says, countless are the fools, countless are the morons. Like that's really the words that are coming through. But it talks about how that part of you, countless are the fools, right? Like it's coming up. So if you have something like that going on, chant the 18th pori 11 times a day. If you're into occult powers, chant the 26, so like get to start to pick and choose the Japji poris. And just, start practicing them. Like do something for 11 days. 11 times a day, just to get into the rhythm of it. Because nature has its own rhythm. Once we start tapping into these certain rhythms, they're going to start revealing themselves to you. I think of it like a tarot deck. Oh, I wonder what my blessing card is today, right? Like, what is my pori today? And just, practice. Sound current. Okay, very good. And inhale. And exhale. Thank you for a very lovely full morning with you. We're off to an hour break and we'll be back with Sadhari, right? Sadhari? All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And we'll see you back in 2 weeks. Satnam. We'll do a long Satnam. Inhale. Satnam. One last thing I want to leave you with. I just found it on Netflix and it's called Guide to Meditation. I thought it was so cool. Like this, I think he's Australian dude, went on some kind of Buddhist path or some kind of monk path for a while and then hit it big with this Netflix series where he talks about meditation. It's kind of fun. It has like caricatures or kind of simple art. And, he'll tell you to inhale and exhale, follow the ball, something like that. But it's kind of cool. It's like, who is the audience? Remember what we talked about earlier? Who are we talking to? How do we relate to them? So Guide to Meditation, it's on Netflix. Okay, see you soon. Satnam.
Thank you, Satnam.
Sadhari?
There's a question for Sadhari.
Hello?
Yes.
Satnam?
Go ahead, Savrula.
Quick question before we go. You know how yesterday we were talking about the energy systems and you said prana, apana, kundalini, nadis, etc.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
You know yesterday how we were talking about yogic anatomy and energy systems, and we talked about prana, apana, kundalini, nadis, ida, pingala, etc.
Right.
And then we got to the vayus.
Mhm.
So you know how you said prana with the capital P, prana with the lowercase p. Is
Mhm.
the same? Is it the same for the apana? Is there like an apana that's like with the capital A and the apana in the vayus is with a lower?
No.
No.
Mhm.
So it's the same thing when they're listing prana, apana, kundalini, nadi, that's the same apana that's in the vayus.
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
Okay. I just need a clarification on that.
Yeah. We'll do a little bit of review this afternoon so that, so it allows some time for you to kind of assimilate the information.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank
Bye.
you.
Have a
Okay.
good lunch.
Yeah, you too. Thank you. Okay. So you've taken a look at it. When you look at it, have you thought about, have you reviewed any of the questions at all or just kind of just peeked at it? Okay. So right now we're going to go over some of those questions because again, it's open book. And you can use this as a resource, particularly when it's done, because it puts a lot of things in one place for you. So let's see. So do you want to be broken up in small groups, 2 and 3, or do you want to do it all together?
All together is fine.
Mhm.
It's a small group of us anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a small group.
Yeah, but sometimes, that personal attention sometimes helps too. So let's start with number 10. And that's to define sadhana and explain why it's an essential practice for a Kundalini yoga teacher. Who has that, just like, even a bit of that information, that answer off the top of your head?
I have some. Sadhana is a practice that is done in the Amrit Vela hours. It can be a personal practice or a practice guided by the Aquarian sadhanas or the mantras, it's essential to the teacher because that gives you an opportunity to tune into yourself and to be able to carry forward the calm that a continuous practice can give you. And what you just said not even 2 minutes ago about building actually really a space, I think, so that you can pause before you respond.
Yep, exactly. This is recorded, so if you guys want this recording afterwards so you can review, particularly like this part, for example, in case you're not catching it all. But this is kind of an opportunity to go over these for you. So then we have, so Lynn had a great answer there for why it's an essential for the Kundalini Yoga teacher. What then, we go down to A, what's the difference between practicing sadhana alone versus in a group?
I mean, I think we touched on it like a tiny bit, that there's just a group energy. You're all kind of holding space for one another and supporting and uplifting one another
Mm-hmm.
time.
Anybody else?
It's more powerful in a group.
Mm-hmm.
And why is it more powerful in a group?
The way I understand it, more people are bringing down the energy. So it's just more powerful when it's a group of you together, regardless if you're in the same room or not, as long as you're doing it at the same time versus doing it alone.
Mm-hmm. So what we get when we practice with a group is we get that combination of energy, not just our own, but everybody in the group, regardless if it's in person or here online. We still get that vibrational shift that we gain, actually more energy from everybody else that we've done the practices with. Okay, and then that's gonna, enhance our day with regards to our communications and our energy that we're gonna carry throughout the day and our interactions with the group itself. Satnam Satpurk, thanks for joining us. We're just going over exam type questions. So we just started with number 10. We're on sadhana and the importance of it. So so this one's a good one. So, and I don't know if Haridas has gone over this yet. So describing the relationship between sadhana, adadana, and prabhupati.
No idea.
Is it new to you?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So one of the key things that sadhana does, you all probably know this. What's the key thing sadhana does?
I don't know.
Cleans out the subconscious.
Right. Cleans out the subconscious.
Yes. It cleans that. It purifies the subconscious. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So then adadana takes us over through the cleaning process of the subconscious. And then what's left is positive feelings, is what comes out of that. That perk, you jump in anytime you feel called to. Okay. So then what happens is then with those positive feelings that are left, then the higher mind is then able to connect with the universal self a lot more effortlessly.
Okay.
Because that subconscious has been cleaned, we've been moved now to that positive feelings. And so then once that occurs, we enter into what's called prabhupati, or mastery over the universe.
Wow.
Okay, and so this is a time really powerful when we can sense, notice the infinite in all things. It's like, you know, and at the same time, we have no want for really anything, because what we need comes to us naturally. In other words, made space for that to happen. So necessarily going after something is not necessary, because we become to this place of being in harmony with ourselves and then the universe. So that's the universe within us and outside of us.
Okay.
So we're going to shift gears, and this one I know you know.
I
know you all know this.
Yes.
Number 14, describe the purpose of the negative, positive, and neutral minds. So who wants to start with the negative mind? And what is the purpose of it?
That's a hard one. Purpose.
Amber?
It's to like protect you in many different ways.
Bethany?
Survival. What could be the potential problems? How would I solve them? Like proactively trying to work through the solutions to keep me safe.
So it's there. It protects and it reacts to dangers and perceived dangers. Okay. It tries to keep us from what destroys us. Okay. All right. Who wants to take a look at the positive mind? What's the significance of it?
What's the significance of? Well, okay, I'll go.
When you use the opportunity to talk about it, okay, you know, even if you're tripping over your words or whatnot, it helps you get it down when you start to verbalize these things. So it's important to talk through it. So even if you don't feel like you know the full answer or even a part of it, just share what it brings to your awareness when you think of the purpose of the positive mind. Bethany, did you have something? Or
I think Lynn was trying to unmute her.
okay.
Lynn, you need to unmute.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
The positive mind, it's like the polar opposite of the negative. So it gives you a sense of joy, I would say, because the word is positive. And you got to have a negative to have a positive.
True.
So, but you want to live in the neutral as best you can. So that isn't really the purpose, I don't think, but
yeah, all of the minds, you know, all these three minds, you know, are important. You know, we don't negate any of them. They all have a purpose. And so we just kind of honor what each purpose is and make sure, you know, we don't have, you know, the negative mind taking over too much or the positive mind. So the positive mind is that one that searches for ways to make our lives more expansive with pleasure and possibilities and even opportunities.
So would it be fair to say like the negative mind is like you know, always just looking out for danger, like, oh, can this hurt me? And the positive mind's like always looking for like, oh, will this feel good, you know, or like what's the possible outcome here? And then I guess the neutral mind is the one that can discern kind of what needs to happen in the situation. But like I think the words negative and positive always trip me up because I think like the negative mind is bad and the positive mind is good. But when I take that out of it, it's like I can see that they all have functions that are very, very crucial for me making an important decision correctly, if they're in balance.
Exactly. Yes. It's like it's very simple, you know, think of a Duracell battery, right? It's got positive and negative sides. All right. There's a reason for both. We don't have batteries that just have a positive or just have a negative. There's a reason that both are there. Likewise, our whole body has a positive and negative side as it cycles around. And so when we don't have that balance, then, you know, it allows us to tip too far into one direction. And we have to have, and you have to keep in mind when the negative mind is in place, it's just there. So it's basically seeing everything and then noticing what potentially is going to be some sort of danger or something to enact our fight and flight mechanism. Okay. And so that piece is crucial to have. Again, though, it's about balance. And then the positive side, right? And so the positive is then bringing us this you know, more expansive, these opportunities, these even joyful experiences. Okay. But, you know, we don't go through life, you know, again, as static beings, right? We ebb and flow. But the purpose of that neutral mind actually kind of seals the deal. When we can allow ourselves to be in that neutral mind, then we can kind of have the thread of all of it, not just the neutral, but you're able to see the positive and the negative at once and be able to discern and differentiate, you know, what is appropriate. This is where your decision making comes from, is that neutral mind. Whereas if we're constantly making our decisions from the negative mind, we can end up getting ourselves into situations unnecessary and in a defensive mode, one way or another. Positive mode, again, is applicable, but again, we have to be able to hold both because you're basically the neutral mind is sitting back. You know, it's effortless, quite naturally. It's like, you know, you think yourself in the director's chair, sitting there, being able to see the dance floor and the balcony at the same time, being able to see all angles. And then this allows you to come through without attachment. That's the key thing that the neutral mind brings. It allows you to come through without attachment, okay, to the self. It judges, and it assesses and you know, differentiates between things, but it does that without attachment. Whereas with the positive and the negative, there's a level of attachment within those. Okay, so do you want to add anything to this thought, Perk? You got your mic off.
I do. Yeah, I do.
Mhm.
Just like sometimes how I kind of break it down or have had to break it down for myself, because we are going to have like more talks about it and hasn't been determined, but I have taught on the cycle of intellect a lot where you kind of break it down. And you know, negative mind, like she said, like I like to just use metaphors and be like, okay, I'm lying in bed at night, I hear something, right? Your mind instantly goes off. Negative mind, you're like, oh my God, is it a burglar or whatever, right? And then once you know, you get up or whatever and you're like, okay, phew. Do you know what I mean? Positive mind, like, oh my God, it was just like the wind blew over, you know, a chair. So the positive mind is like, let me do something constructive to like handle this situation, right? So I'm going to put the chair back. I'm feeling relieved, right? Kind of positive mind. Neutral mind is like, you know, being able to kind of what to be able to like not actually have as much reaction. There's the attachment. So the attachment to like the fear or the phew, oh my God, right? There's like an emotion to it sometimes. Do you know what I mean? Right? You guys have had that experience when something like happened, you got kind of like scared or something, or and then you're like, oh, okay. And the neutral mind, when you're kind of in that space, you're not as emotionally or even in your thought reactive. Do you know, you're like, you don't kind of go into those places like, oh my God, like someone's come to the house to rob me, or, you know, whatever the fear stories are, right? Or it's like, oh my God. And so then what happens is a lot of the world is like that, right? They just live from like happy, sad, happy, whatever. And it's something outside of them. Even happiness, people are, is like a something outside of you that keeps you in that negative, positive, negative, positive. And the freedom and a big part of the practice is like neutral mind, which I think Lynn said joy. And to me, joy is like a knowingness, a beingness that's outside of my mind. Like happiness usually has something to do with like, I'm going to get the piece of chocolate cake or I'm not. If I get it, I'm going to be happy. If I don't get it, I might be sad. If I'm in the neutral mind, I'm like, I'd love to have that chocolate cake, but it doesn't matter if I have it or not. I'm like, I love the beauty. I love the joy of it. I'll have it sometime. If I have it now, I'll have it later. Like there's always the polarity, but the joy and in like, it's the knowingness beyond that negative positive, right? Does that like help break it down a little bit simpler into a metaphor? Okay.
Nice. Thank you. So, Burke, that was beautiful. So does anybody have any questions about that particular one right now? You feeling good about that? The positive, negative, and neutral minds. Yes? No? Okay. So moving on, let's go into, let's see. Okay. So you got this pretty recent. So Kundalini yoga classes, they have a specific structure. This is number 8. They have a specific structure and sequence that needs to be followed. So what is the correct sequence? And why is it critical not to omit any of the sequence or the formula? So you remember Baldev teaching this yesterday? This is a good opportunity to refresh.
So we start by tuning in with the Adi mantra.
Mm-hmm.
And then pranayam or appropriate warm-up kriya.
Yep.
And then the kriya itself, followed by deep relaxation, a meditation, and the ending prayer, Long Time Sun song. And then, if possible, create the opportunity for students to socialize and ask questions.
Very good. Anybody have anything else to add?
I think the only thing that came to mind was like what you do before the class, which is maybe like prepare the space and also prepare yourself to teach the Kriya.
Mm-hmm. Yes, good. And why is it critical that we don't omit anything out of the structure or out of the sequence of the sets or the meditations?
I think it would be like leaving out trying to make lasagna and leaving out one of the ingredients. Like the reason why it's a recipe. So if you want a beautiful, if you want it to serve the purpose it's supposed to serve, you really need each piece. Each piece is very intentional.
Yes. Beautiful. That's exactly right. And so it's like a recipe, it's this formula. And so we build on it, and it's designed in such a way to give us this experience and to have an outcome. Okay. And if we move any part of that formula around, whether we remove one of the poses or part of the meditation that's included with that yoga set or whatnot, that's throwing off that formula. It's also throwing off the energy that's being created within you as you stack these different poses and different practices together. And so we don't change them around. We don't do number 3 instead of number 1. When we see number 1 through 5, we do 1 through 5, and we stick to that formula. And just like you said, Bethany, it's, you know, the cake's not going to come out right. The lasagna is not going to come out correctly. And what can happen is the vibration can be very off-putting if we do it in the incorrect manner. The reason I know that is because I experiment with things when people tell me things like this. You know, it's like cutting the hair. I cut my hair on purpose to just prove to myself whether or not it was going to take away my antenna and all the energy I built up. And I learned how I had to spend 3 years growing it back to just get to where I was. Likewise, I messed with these Kundalini yoga sets and formulas only to understand, you know, how I can mess myself up when I do them in the incorrect order, and if I choose to omit something out of the sequence. It threw me off, and sometimes in a big way. And because we don't know our students, you know, stories, you never know how that's going to affect somebody. And so it's important to just stick to what you see, you know. And obviously if you have questions about something and you're not sure because maybe some of the information got forgotten, that you don't see written in the books that you're using, you know, feel free to contact each other, contact the, you know, any of us trainers to ask those kinds of questions to verify, you know, or clarify. Yeah.
Sadhati, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
I had from one of your emails that all of this stuff is due like end of April, like April. Sorry, let me simplify my question. What date is this exam due, please?
Before or by April 24th.
Perfect. Okay. Because I had written in my book that the question 13 about creating a chart that includes the chakra information is due April 1st. Is that accurate, or everything is due April 24th?
Right. So when we gave you that particular assignment for that project, April 1st is more or less so you can get it done. It's not going to be handed into us until you hand in your exam. And so we were just giving you a date to have that done because some people really put a lot of creativity into that project. And so we wanted to give them, you know, kind of like some kind of timeline to go by so they have that done. Because sometimes people will turn their exams and they won't have it done. And so that's why we mentioned that yesterday. So it's just kind of a, you know, to help you move through, just like we're doing these questions now to help with move you on through the different homework assignments.
Thanks for clarifying. My inner project manager comes out and I'm really weird about deadlines. So thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Are you looking at the exam set, Perk? Or do you have any questions you want to ask him off of it? Okay. All right. Let's see. What's juicy? Oh, yes. Number 1's juicy. explaining how the technology of Kundalini Yoga can help mankind face the challenges of transition from the Piscean age to the Aquarian age. So,
I'll go.
yep, go ahead, Lynn.
So how Kundalini Yoga can help mankind face the challenges. The Piscean age was all about get. And the Aquarian age is about going inward. And the science of Kundalini Yoga through breath, kriya, and mantra provides you a route or a road into yourself and an opportunity to raise your vibration to a higher level than was the vibration of the Piscean age.
Mhm.
That's
Nice.
it.
So we were bombarded with lots of need and desire for information in the Piscean age. We wanted more information. We wanted to get more information. But now we don't have to work so hard with information. It's just there. Now, whether or not it's correct information or not, but pretty much everything is out there. Okay. We're also thinking differently and acting differently. One of the things Yogi Bhajan always said is that, you know, the further we get into the Aquarian age, the more people, the younger ones, are going to understand this technology even better than we do today, of the reasons for it at another level. You know, we know why we have these angles and you know how the Kundalini is raised, but right now this is a crucial technology to help move people into a level of their subtle nature, their sensitivity. In other words, we're kind of moving from this point of being constantly stimulated or the need for stimulation to a place to where sights and sounds and what we hear, what we see, we don't need as much to bring our awareness to what is happening, what's happening within our bodies, what's happening within the world. And so it also stabilizes us in a way in this frequency, because the frequency has changed in the environment. The frequency of the Piscean age is different than what this Aquarian age is bringing. And the frequency is only going to continue to shift and change and become faster. And this technology allows us to stay up with that frequency and be able to live in it, but at a level of calmness, peace, and being vital. Vital, not just with our energy, but vital with, you know, how we process information, how we speak, how we present, how we project. This is one reason why, you know, when we see a lot of people in the world with these fluctuations of emotions, for example, okay, one of the reasons this is happening is because of the fluctuations of the frequency. All right. And if we don't learn how to stabilize within the different frequencies as they're coming, then we're being taken advantage of, right? We're not able to weather it. Okay. And we're not able to move through it. And so this is why the whole technology, the movement, the sound, the diet, even how we wake up and go to sleep. Mm-hmm. Anybody want to add anything to that?
I have a question.
Sure.
So the frequencies, and when we talk about collective thought, so collective thought, would you say, is also the negative, the positive, and the neutral? And then if we're raising the vibration of the Aquarian age, then that raised vibration is also going back into the universal thought? Do you know, just as a vibration? Yeah? Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Okay.
Uh-huh. So, and that's why, you know, any opportunity, I mean, that you have to, you know, share this technology, even if it's just quick 1 minute or 2 minutes or 3 minutes of something, fists of anger, whatever it is, with somebody you know, okay, that's going to help overall be able to affect the collective, the group collective. Because, you know, some people get really charged up with the energy and other people go into this panic and freeze mode. And then of course, like I said before, they go into these layers of deep depression. Some people are turning even more so to drugs, alcohol, like we talked about yesterday, you know, the need for speed, you know, whatnot. And the thing is, though, this is where the issue lies, is that the drugs, the alcohol, they're not going to be able to solve any kind of problem anymore. What I mean is that in the Piscean age, burying one's head in the sand was a lot easier, a lot easier. And drugs, alcohol, all those different things helped with that. And so some people felt like they got some relief from that, okay, by using those things. The thing is, though, because our bodies are shifting, regardless if we're doing this technology or not, the frequency around us and within us is changing. Our bodies, our temperature of our bodies, everyone on the planet's bodies is changing temperature, just like the planet's changing temperature. And so that's what I'm saying is, like, you know, our old things of, you know, people who, you know, getting some satisfaction and some relief from overeating or diving into the pint of ice cream or whatever they did to try to, so to speak, solve their emotional baggage or issues or whatever that's going on with them in that way, even temporarily, is not working. It's not working, and it's going to continue not to work more and more, to where people are going to be like, I don't know what to do now. Nothing's solving this. So this is why, you know, at least for me and my passion, Kundalini yoga is that key that's going to unlock these different avenues for people to find that peace within themselves, that balance within themselves, and knowing how to, you know, stimulate themselves when they need to, and also bring themselves to a calm when they need to, and to face their fears. You know, it's a self-reliance that this Kundalini yoga technology brings. Someone else had a question? I think Bethany or?
Yeah, just what you're saying really reminds me of Brene Brown when she talks about, you know, I may not fit into this group or this workplace or even my family of origin, but I belong to myself. And I've been feeling that way with social media and information. People are pinging information all the time, but I feel so unconnected to, like, we're not having real genuine connections as much anymore, even before COVID and stuff. It's a lot, but it's very superficial in how we connect. And so one of the reasons I tuned into Kundalini is I think this is great technology to help you figure out how to belong to yourself, something to plug into every morning, every day, so that you're really nourishing yourself and not trying to get it from the ice cream or the shopping or alcohol. So, Satnam.
Yes, exactly. You know, because it is, even though, you know, it is about finding your correct tribe, it's not necessarily the tribe you were raised with. Okay. And it's tapping into that, you know, group and group harmony that's going to work to your benefit. Because, you know, on the one hand, you know, when you're with a highly conscious group and moving towards the same pathway, it's going to allow you to move through. But it is actually also the way of the individual to move through. And so all this thing, this pandemic or whatever you want to call it, okay, it's forcing us to go inward. And it's forcing us to kind of take a look at ourselves and honor, just like Haridas was mentioning today, right? She was talking about the impersonal and personal and the boundaries. And she was talking about the cycle of the intellect. You know, this is allowing us to do this deep investigation of ourselves and being able to honor, you know, where we want to spend our time, where we want to spend our energy, how we want to move through each day. And, you know, the benefits of living with a clean subconscious and with being able to have a clear thought and being able to come to things without any attachment. Just, again, noticing, observing.
So, yeah, that's a wonderful question. I was just thinking from things I'd heard in the past that in the Piscean age, it's like the teacher found you, you know, and like kind of brought you into it, and it was like a smaller group. And now it's like all the information is available to us, you know, and that means there's a whole lot more self-responsibility in what to choose, because there's, you know, I can learn how to do anything on the internet, and everything's coming faster and faster, and we're having to adjust to new emerging technologies at like a more and more rapid speed. And like the other thing I see, especially in like my son, is like he's so much more sensitive than I am, and I was pretty sensitive for my age, you know. And it's like it seems like the trend is continuing. So like the kind of the level of skill that's required to navigate this time seems like even more challenging. So there's a definite need for this technology. Yeah.
Yes. And it does, and it's going to seem, you know, for some, it's going to seem like it's more challenging, but really at the base of it all is we're getting to a place of centeredness, a place of that deep connection to who we are. And so there's, you know, there's this term I like. It's like, you know, it's not necessarily easy, but it is simple. Right? It's a process. And so, you know, and we watch, and, you know, like I honestly, I take my cues more and more often as I watch people who have these different sensitivities, particularly people who, you know, may have these differing abilities, like we notice with people who have autism, right? If you pay attention to people with autism, okay, or whether they're diagnosed or not, the things that come with that, if we start to notice that is the direction, so to speak, that we're headed, noticing those sensitivities that they have, that creativity they have, and a lot of, you know, there's a high consciousness there, regardless if they can speak, regardless if they seem, you know, like that is going to be, that's the direction we're headed. Okay. And so it's important to notice that, because notice that, you know, the stimulation is going down, right? The need for bright lights, the need for lots of noise, the need for, you know, all this energy. And, you know, if you live in the city or people in New York, you think of all the energy that's there, right? Well, there's a lot, you know, that piece is got to get toned down. And that's one of the things that's happening. And likewise, inside, we're toning down that noise within ourselves, you know, so that we can come to that place of presence and grace. Okay. Let's see. So, are you getting the hang of, you know, how to potentially you can work with each other to do this exam? Because you can call people up on the phone, you know, because you've been arranged in your small groups, or you can work within your large group and start picking up the phone, or do it over email. You know, you can ask, it's like, okay, I'm working on this, you know, and if you're unsure of something, it's like, what do you think of this? You know, this is an opportunity for you to continue to build these rich relationships with each other, but also to get the bring in this and assimilate it even deeper when you start talking about it. Okay. So when you're just like looking at the book, this is one of the reasons why we have it as open book and for you to work with each other, is so that, you know, it's not just a head thing. It's that you start to literally embody these questions and the answers that go along with them, and then also get good with the communication of it and start to verbalize them. So then that allows you then, when you're out in your everyday life, you know, to bring awareness to your interactions you have with the people in your lives. And some of this information is just going to come off the tip of your tongue. Did you have something, Sutperk? No? Okay. So, are you guys comfortable working with each other? Have any of you met in your small groups at all, or even in the large group? Have you met like in a Zoom or on a conference call or anything? Not yet? No?
We plan to like tomorrow, I think.
Okay. Even starting with text messaging, like a text messaging connection for your group. You know, even, you know, whether you're talking about the exam questions, things going on in class, even just to say, you know, it's just like Stavrula, right? Was it yesterday you were showing us the beach and the water and that glorious, you know, I mean, it's like, I mean, I'm telling you, it's like if she was on my list and I was part of her group or whatnot, and she's sending me those pictures, I'm just like, that's going to shift my day. Okay, just by seeing that, you know? And so it's important to build on these relationships you have here, because the people in this class, you're going to be connected with them for not just through this course. They're going to become your comrades, right? Throughout the coming years.
So honey, is Gaziza still part of our cohort? I noticed she's been missing this weekend. Is she still part of it?
Yeah, she is. She's just this weekend she was going to be gone. I thought that it got mentioned yesterday, but yeah, she was going to be gone. I think she told us all, I think the last weekend, she's moving with her daughter, and that's what she's been doing the last week. So she wasn't going to be able, and she wasn't sure of her internet connection this weekend. So she'll be back with us next towards the end of February.
Thank you. I was asking because she's the only person who doesn't have a mobile phone. So that would, otherwise we would have done a WhatsApp group. So I was just making sure she's still in the cohort, and we should still keep that in mind for figuring out. Yeah, so thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're going to take a few minutes to kind of allow yourself to, you know, get some water, use the bathroom, just take a mini break here for 5-6 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll move on to other aspects of the teachings. Satnam. Let's do some movement. To realize you guys have been sitting for a while. And so we're going to start with doing some cat-cow. So you can either do that on your hands and knees, or if you'd like to just simply do it in your seat, you can, flexing the back. Make sure you inhale with the neck up, exhale down back. I apologize for my cats if you hear them. They're not happy about being locked in the room right now. Let's see here. Let's get you some music. Nope. This is one of my favorite puris. This is puri number 30. This is one of those ones I chant every single day. Make sure you're feeling that inhale and exhale as you come back. Really use your breath. When you connect with this cat-cow, you're actually connecting with your endocrine system as well as your nervous system and digestive system. Make sure you use that breath. Go at your own pace. Okay, inhale up. And exhale down. And then come back to center. We're going to get some movement with some twists. Going to put our hands up, thumbs in back, fingers in front. Want your arms parallel to the ground. And we're going to twist to the left and right. You're going to inhale left, exhale right. Continue noticing that breath, twisting at your own pace. When we're doing these twists from side to side, you're activating your digestion, allowing for easy elimination. I always recommend to people if they're struggling with constipation and whatnot, doing this exercise. but also doing this exercise on the toilet, because that also will help to move things out. Inhale left, exhale right. Notice that breath. Inhale. Hold that breath. Pull yourself up. And relax. Notice the shifts and changes. Next, we're going to do some fists of anger. So have your hands taking the thumb, putting it on the Mercury mound, folding those fingers over the thumb. Okay, and we're going to go over. Open the mouth. Make sure you're crossing over the head, right? In through the mouth, out through the mouth. Bring to your awareness anything that's been bugging you, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, whatever it is. Get it out. And you do this exercise like you actually want to get it out. So use that breath, use your arms. Whatever you're agitated, whatever you're frustrated about, whatever you're angry about, this is perfect for you to do, to get it out. Do it like you mean it. If you want to get rid of it, Do it like you mean it. Otherwise, it's going to stick on you. It's going to stay there. You're activating your lymphatic system by doing this fists of anger. You're helping warm up the nervous system, the 3 points that fall into those armpits. And when our lymphatic system is warmed up, it can move. It's no longer sticky. And when our lymphatic system can move, then our emotions become more balanced. This is why we have so many upper body activities in the Kundalini Yoga technology. It's to help get the lymphatic system moving, to help to balance and bring balance to the nervous system, the central nervous system, and the parasympathetic nervous system. Almost there. Keep it up. Anything from your past, present, or even your future that's bugging you, get rid of it now. Work up that sweat. Interlace your hands, stretch them up to the ceilings, palms up to the ceilings, interlace your fingers. Stretch them up towards the ceiling, palms facing the ceiling. Inhale. Hold. Cannon fire out. Inhale. Really pull it in. Pull out the locks. Hold it. Cannon fire out. One more time. Inhale. Stretch up, stretch up, up. Stretch as high as you can, holding that breath. And cannon fire out. And bring your hands, cascade them through your aura. Bring your hands to your lap. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes. So simply by doing those 3 movements, you did the cat-cow, and you did fists of anger. Well, there was 3, wasn't it? Yeah, side-to-side twist. So you've activated the digestive system by just doing that side-to-side twist. You've activated your lymphatic system by doing the fists of anger. You've activated your endocrine system and all those glands when you've done cat-cow. Okay? So that's something that's key. I mean, even just doing the warm-ups that we have you do when you're doing a yoga set, right? Those exercises and movements affect so many systems. How many of you practicing or have practiced Sat Kriya? Yeah? Is any of you practicing it daily? No? Oh, okay. Bethany, right on. Sat Kriya is one of the most beautiful ones, right? Why? Because it literally activates every single system we have. And on top of that, it activates our auric body, it activates our radiant body, it activates our navel point. Okay, it's you know, it's one of the most fully encapsulated exercises that you can do, that literally you get all the blessings of activating and balancing out all of these systems and many of the 10 bodies. Okay, there's other exercises like that. Sat Kriya is not the only one, but it is one key. Is there anything you want to add to that, Satpurk? You're on mute, so I can't hear you.
About Sat Kriya?
Well, any of it.
Sat Kriya, have you done the 31 minutes yet of Sat Kriya? I don't think you have you?
They have
Part of the
not.
fun, part of the training. I mean, sometimes it's like, you know, just taking it one chunk at a time. But I definitely think like Sat Kriya, there were 5, and you help me remember, like really, you know, if all this went away and there was like, say, like a huge disaster and there was nothing left and there was no internet and there was like no books or anything, there's like 5 ones that are the most, right, that you could do, right? And one of them is Sat Kriya. Sat Kriya, Kirtan Kriya, help me remember. Do you remember Sat Hari? I know it's a minute breath.
Yeah.
Breath. I know, now I'm missing the other 2. There I go. But I will get them. I'll get them to you. They were the 5 ones that Yogi Bhajan gave. And so, you know, by practicing one of those, and I will find out what, I'll just recall the other 2 and write them in the message. But when you practice just one of those, like, you're good, you're covered. Do you know, like it's all going to work out. And, you know, the teacher that I studied with for a long time, I mean, you know, I learned so many things from him, so many meditations, but for the last, I don't know how long it's been, 5 or 6 years, he just does one meditation. And every time we go to class, we have to do that meditation. And he does one warm-up set and one meditation, and that's all we do. And some people are like, I cannot do this again. But we've done it for years and years, do you know? So it's like, you know what, it's like when you resonate with one, then just practice it for a while, even beyond 40 days if you can. And Sat Kriya I did for 11 minutes for about a year, and I loved it. It's definitely one of the ones that for me was most, again, like you get a lot of bang for your buck on that one.
You want to take them through it real quick? Do like 3 minutes?
Sure. Okay. So have any of you done it before, right? In a class, in a yoga class or anything? Yes, no, perhaps? Yeah, good. Okay. So let's just do like 3 minutes of it, okay? And I've done this when I first started Kundalini. I was very ungrounded. So I was like all over the map, and I just have a lot of creative energy, and I don't really know how to always like bring it down to the earth plane. So the Kundalini helps me do that. And so I would get really thrown off by a lot of things. And so my teacher suggested Sat Kriya, even for 3 minutes. Even when I was working at that point, like in an office, I would get like triggered, you know, like someone would make me upset. And then I'd be like, I have to ground my energy. You know, I'm going to go to the bathroom and do Sat Kriya for 3 minutes, right? Or 3 minutes of breath of fire, or 3 minutes of that, and just calm myself down. Because I had no command of my mind at that point. So, okay. So we're sitting on our heels if possible. And if it's not possible, and if you teach this to your students, just kind of make sure, because it is like hard on the knees. And if someone needs a pillow underneath, or you could do it sitting in a chair. You can also do it cross-legged, but Okay. And then the mudra is we interlace our fingers, right? Except for the Jupiter finger, and we cross our thumbs. And for ladies, left over right, and for men, right over left. So Manuel, you'll have your thumb the other direction than rest of the ladies here. And then we bring our arms like this, right? And they hug the ears, right? So we pull our spine and we want it to hug the ears. And you'll notice people in class sometimes might be like this or like that, you know, and they may just have some injuries, you know, and to see Hari Jivan do it was very painful for all of us. So he stopped doing it because we were experiencing more pain watching him just because his body hurt so much. So, okay, so we're like this. And then we're gonna, here, we'll put our arms down. So we're gonna rhythmically chant Satnam, right? So you're gonna Sat, you're gonna pull the navel in and up, and then on the Nam, you're gonna release, right? So Sat, navel in and up, and release. So know that the breath is gonna just kind of find its way. And so the mantra isn't about the breath necessarily, it's about the navel and pulling it in and up, okay? Okay. Cool, let me get my timer. You guys ready? Eyes are gonna be closed and you're gonna focus third eye. I'm always say that on Zoom, is everyone ready? And then I get like no answer. I'm like, oh yeah. Everyone's on mute. Okay, here we go. And Sat Nam, 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 Sat Nam. Now inhale, stay in the position, pull the energy, pull root lock, pull the energy up the spine, pull it up, hold the breath. Stay in the position, exhale, inhale, pull up on the lung, And exhale and release down. And come. I know that with Set Kriya, you're supposed to relax as long as time as you do the Kriya. You need to relax. So we need to lie down for 3 minutes. And just integrate it. And inhale. And exhale. And bring the knees into the chest. And hug the knees. And rock forward and backward a few times. And roll all the way back up into a cross-legged position. Okay, cool. It's in your manual. So, and there's a whole write-up about it. So there's a lot of benefits that I don't want to get into talking about necessarily. But it's a really, really wonderful practice. And there's even like another like Set Kriya in there that you can teach. And I just put in the chat like the 5, kind of what I was saying about before, about like if everything was gone and disappeared. I put them, the 5 ones, like that would take you through the Aquarian age. Like if that's all that you remembered or anything remembered, that was it. So they're in there for you to have an experience.
I don't see them in the chat. Is it possible that you Did you put it in the chat to everyone or did you direct message to?
Whoops, I direct message it, sorry, to Sat Hadi by mistake.
No, no problem.
Sorry about that. She was on my, had something personal to say to her. I'll do it again.
I can just copy it in if you want.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Just fixing this. And there. So you have Kirtan Kriya, Sat Kriya, Sudarshan Chakra Kriya, Tershula, and the 1 minute breath.
All of those except the are in like your training manual, and then you'll find the minute breath in the bigger book under the breath series. You can find it there.
I have a question about fists of anger. I noticed every time I've ever done it in a class or even now, I feel like I'm not doing the breath right. I feel like I'm making myself hyperventilate or something, and I have to stop and take a deep inhale through my nose. And so is that something that maybe I just need to like build a tolerance to, or am I just doing it wrong?
Sorry. Show me how you're doing it.
Okay. So
the breath part, just so that,
yeah, I'm trying to like think how. I mean, that feels better though right now. I mean, maybe it's like, I do feel like once I get in the movement, it just feels like it's coming from somewhere else and it's not a full breath. So it feels more exhale, I guess, than inhale.
right. So you got to inhale and exhale. So it's so I'm pulling in and blowing out.
Okay.
So we're not halting. We're not halting between breaths. It's literally, imagine if you're like, you know, like people running, you know, when they work up, there's not a halt there between those breaths. It's just an exhale and inhale. Okay. But if you're holding at all, then that's going to cause you to get trapped here in the throat.
Okay. Yeah, that's where I feel it. Thank you.
I had done, hold on. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
I had done the fists of anger 3 times for 40 days each. I don't know why can you hear me twice?
There's like an echo.
And I just realized that I was doing the arms wrong because I was going like, not circling over the head, but just like this. Oops. But you said we have to circle over the head?
Right, yeah. So when you have your fist, the idea is you're covering over. You're basically doing a crisscross. Now, obviously, as you get going, you might be moving your arms, you know, a little bit off, but there's a reason for this crisscross to occur because you're actually clearing out both the left and right side.
So mine was more crisscrossing in the front. It worked though, all the times I did it. This was years ago.
Yeah. Well, again, we're all doing the best we can. So, you know, it sounds like you have it. It's just, you know, keeping in mind that we try to keep it over the head. Is there anything you want to add to that, Satpurk, that I'm not?
Yeah,
missing.
no, I mean, I think it's great. I mean, I think like with all of these, we just do the, like she said, we do the best we can, and we like can learn something, or, you know, our subconscious can be like, oh, or maybe we don't read it right. I still sometimes I'm like, wow, I think I've read that wrong for like years in a Kriya. And then I'm like, wow, I really need to adjust that. And because we just, and then we get in the habit of it, and then we just adjust. And it's really, it's not that like if you don't do it perfect, right, it doesn't work. It's just more about like, you know, just exploring like, oh, if I do it actually with more precision, would I get more energy out of it? Would it be more effective? And it's kind of the idea. So
Go ahead.
Sabrula, I think you're getting an echo because you're logged in through 2 devices. So there's one where your camera's on, but I think you might be logged in via your mobile phone or tablet. So the echo will go away if you log off your second device.
Okay, let's see.
Hello?
There you are. Okay. So we covered some of the, you know, things that Sat Kriya activates in our system. And so just to go over that again, something like Sat Kriya activates literally all our different systems. That's the circulatory system, the digestive, the respiratory, urinary, lymphatic, endocrine, nervous system, and then of course the musculoskeletal system. Okay. And then when, and earlier today, Haridas was going over with you the navel point. Do you recall what was talked about then? The significance of the navel point. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What energy lies there?
What I'm remembering is that the navel center is basically your power. Your power is your navel center. And if you can project from the navel center, then your words are heard and land, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure about that part, but your voice is different too if you speak from the navel center.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And so then if you remember, you did Nabi Kriya yesterday. Do you remember doing Nabi Kriya? Mm-hmm. When you were in the yoga set? That's a powerful one to activate that navel point. Okay, because that navel point is actually going to allow you to control your breath, have clarity of words, and yes, for your words to land. That means that they're going to land. That means they're going to land and impact another. Okay. And so one of the reasons I'm bringing this up is because, you know, that ties into the digestive system, right? So with the digestive system, you've got the stomach, the small intestines, large intestines, and the liver. And of course, the gallbladder and pancreas. All right. So one of the things, you know, we talked about was clearing out that subconscious. What also needs to occur is we need to clear out what we're carrying, the toxicity in our bodies. And so paying attention to our diet, you know, noticing the sugars or the fatty foods and how they contribute to making our world inside as well as outside perhaps more toxic than it needs to be. So one of the things that's important is noticing our liver. Our liver is the heaviest organ. It weighs about 5 pounds. And so it's crucial because, you know, our liver is there to help detoxify. And it's to help to break things down. So does the gallbladder. It helps to break things down. And get them where they need to go, get the nutrients to go where they need to go, get the, you know, the excess to leave the system through the urinary tract or through our bowel movements through the rectum. Okay. But one of the things that occurs though, you know, with Kundalini yoga in particular, when we're doing these exercises, especially when we have our arms up, and we're doing, you know, fists of anger, Sat Kriya, whatever it is, what we're doing is if you notice, we're pulling that whole cage up. And that is actually allowing your organs in that area, okay, your liver, your gallbladder, your stomach, your pancreas, everything, giving it some room to do its job, giving it some room to have a break, if you will, and have some space so it can have a little bit of relief. This is why when you do Nabi Kriya and you're out straight on your back, legs lifted, right? Stretch. And I know that's kind of hard to hold when you're first learning to do it, but that's activating that navel point. But at the same time, it's giving the freedom of movement and cellular rebuilding in that area. Okay. Now, one of the things that's important to think about is that liver being as heavy as it is. What happens is every time we put, perhaps if we're in a car accident, if we're in a fall, if you've given birth, whatever it is over your lifetime, I don't care when it happened, if it was a child on up to present day, your liver is one of the first organs that gets shaken up and moved, and perhaps moved to an incorrect space. So these exercises help to bring it back into its rightful place, because what happens is that when our organs are slightly out of place, okay, we start to notice, and we might notice differences in our digestion. We might notice discomfort in our body, in our rib cage, in your colon area, even into your ovaries. Okay, you might notice these discomforts. And you might also, over time, if it doesn't get corrected, what happens is toxicity starts to build because things are in the improper place. So it's important that we make use of these different movements and pranayams and meditations so that we can purify that system. Just as much as we want to purify that subconscious, we want to also keep our body purified. Why? Because then it allows us to have way more energy, and it allows us to have boundless radiation. What I mean is we radiate out. Our projection is even bigger when we clean our subconscious, when we have a clean body within and without. So this is the internal cleansing process. And so, you know, one of the things when we get stuck in our digestive system, so say you're not getting enough fiber, or someone's not getting enough fiber in their diet, okay, that causes a stuckness in the system. When that stuckness occurs, that also is affecting the lymphatic system. That's affecting, obviously, the digestive system. It's affecting the nervous system. The longer that sticky stuckness lasts or is not moved out, then that starts to infiltrate our emotions, our mental clarity. So then all of a sudden, now you have that, you know, those issues going on in your body, that stuckness that's also affecting and playing a key part into collecting more subconscious junk, making it harder to clean house. Okay. So, and this is why it's twofold for us to clear out our body from the mental and get the emotional balance, but understanding how our body plays a role. And I think I maybe mentioned yesterday, I don't remember. I think I was talking to you about the airport and things like this, but one of the first things I suggest, if someone's got fogginess and someone's got a lack of clarity and they're not able to think straight, and that is automatically typically a cause of imbalance in air and space a lot of times, or it's a combination of earth and water. So it's either going to be too high and flighty, or it's going to be too weighty. And so what we need to keep thinking about is that we want to keep, just like I said, we're not static, neither is our organs. Our organs are constantly functioning. They constantly need to flow. But the minute we start to get things stuck, we have to learn to unstick those. And one of the quickest ways, something like Fists of Anger, Ego Eradicator, it starts to open up that lymphatic system and the digestive system, among many others. And of course, your circulation. But this is why we also, when I talked about, we get those enemas, we get those bosties, we get the colonics, those types of things to help clear out our system. When someone is complaining to me about migraines, there's a migraine kriya here to do to help clear that. But one of the first things I will tell them to do is do a basti or enema, do a colonic, because that will clear more often than not that heavy headache and migraine that has, has collected. Okay. And that toxicity that has collected in the body. Okay. You following?
I've just never heard the term basti before. Can you elaborate on that?
Sorry, basti is another name for enema. It's just the difference with bastis, and a lot of times, sometimes it's just done with water. Other times it's done with the water and also some herbs, depending on your constitutional makeup. Any other questions? Someone's got a kitty. I love that.
Hi guys, actually I do have a question.
Glad to see you, Julia.
So when you talk about enemas or bosties, and you said give yourself one yesterday. So is that, what's the protocol? You don't have to give instructions, I understand, but would you go get one at a place, or would you learn how to do it, or just to be, so we know?
Sure. Yeah, so with colonics, you're always going to go someplace to have a colonic done, because that's a bigger deal. You're using machines to do that, and usually you're going to have it in an open system, which is one that you learn how to do by yourself. The practitioner just shows you the first or second time how to do it, and then you're alone with the machine in your own space in the clinic. Or there's ones where what we call a closed colonic system, where someone is with you the whole time. Now, an enema, you can go down to your local drugstore, Walgreens, Rite Aid, or whatever, and get yourself an enema setup bag. I don't know, cost $12 maybe, and you can do your own enemas using, depending on your body makeup, because it does matter, but using distilled water. But some people, distilled water is a big no-no, depending on issues you may have going on with your body. So you may be using spring water. But yeah, so you can do those yourself. You can find someone, different Ayurvedic practitioners do enemas. Okay, naturopathic doctors also do them. Some acupuncturists do them as well. But yes, of course, you can do an enema at home, and doing it with water. Filling up the bag. You're gonna need some lubricant like KY jelly if you're doing it at home. So that you're able to insert the speculum. I love this topic. I could talk days. It's one of my favorite things. But yeah, that's, and you just need to be sure to be laying on your, in most cases, what you need to do is be laying on your left side whenever possible, when you're doing your enema at home. The reason for that is because to clear out the system, everything goes towards the left side and down and out, right? Because your colon is at it. It doesn't have as much thickness on the right side. And so it can't hold. The right side cannot hold as much as the left side. And on top of it, the drainage area for our colon, you know, small intestines, all goes out, you know, from the right around to the left and out. Okay. And you know, as far as, you know, the different types with the herbal, the coffee enemas, you know, there are different ones, but usually you need to be prescribed those. But if you want like full instructions, don't hesitate to ask, because I have no problem giving them and providing them to you in an email so you can do them on your own. Yeah. Does that help? Okay. Any other questions? Okay. So one of the other key things that we have to keep in mind with our digestive system is 3 things: water, 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 water. You want to be drinking at least 8-ounce glasses, 8 glasses a day if you are a normal body weight for yourself. But if you're, you know, carrying extra weight, then you're going to add extra glasses on up to, you know, gallon of water a day, 2 gallons of water a day, whatever is correct for you. Obviously, you don't jump really high, you know, to that extra gallon or 2. It's all going to depend on, you know, your gradual work up to that amount. Okay. And I know people like to drink these flavored beverages. Okay. And flavored beverages are okay. You can find some, you can make your own juice if you'd like to. Be careful on the sugars or the sugars. And what you need to keep in mind though is anything that's carbonated, anything, carbonated water, carbonated juice, carbonated soda, it's going to create more gas in your system. It's going to create more of an uproar in your system. Why? Because that carbonation brings air with it. It brings bubbles with it. And for some people, it can create. I'm going to put you on mute, Ball Dave, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I wasn't.
No worries. So it's key to stick to water, and that's not whenever possible. Water is your prime source. Why? You got to keep in mind 60 to 70% of your body is made up of water. It's the main thing that is being used to help move things through your system. It allows for the functionality of all your organs and your circulation. It keeps your blood from getting too viscous. It keeps your lymphatic system from getting too thick and stagnant. Okay. And it keeps you from getting too sticky. So, and then on top of that, then you can add things like beet and carrot juice. They're going to help cleanse the system. Okay. Beet juice naturally is a super good cleanser, a super good detoxifier. And so is carrot juice, or combining the two. Yes, Bethany.
For those of us who live at altitude, how much extra water do you think we should be adding to that 8 glasses of water a day?
Yeah, so altitude's a big one. So you're going to need to notice, you're going to need to have water throughout the day. It's not going to be enough just to have it in the morning. And you're going to have to notice what is going to be correct for you. I could tell you 10 glasses, I could tell you 12. It's going to depend on your body and noticing what it feels like when it's dehydrated, when you're having problems with confusion and thought, you know, it's important to notice that. But yes, altitude is definitely something to take in consideration. Also, there are some waters out there that have medicinal oxygen in them which I find very helpful for those people who are living at altitudes. Okay, because it's giving you that extra boost of oxygen.
Thank you.
Yeah. So one of the things we've talked about before is the fight and flight mechanism. And so we're almost done here. So the reason I bring that up now is we talk about the digestive system, because we create a lurch in our system with that fight and flight mechanism. And that lurch affects our whole area of the digestive system and causes it, again, I use this word, uproar. So it causes things to come up. And what happens is when things are not balanced out and in their proper space, when things are trying to move upward, when what we need for a digestive system, we need it to be able to work downwards and remove what we know we don't need in our system, right? For it to break down those nutrients, let it go to the different cells, but then allow that elimination of the different, things that we don't need to get out. It makes it really hard if our system is in a state of stress and we've activated our fight and flight mechanism oftentimes. And that can be very subtle to notice when we've triggered that. And so it's important for us to start to notice, what creates stress. I believe, Emmanuel, you mentioned something yesterday, right? I think it was you that you mentioned that, we were doing something and you noticed a tightness come into your jaw. I believe you mentioned that. So, I mean, even just the slightest shift and change that happens in that body of yours, notice what brings stress to it. And again, it's not something to cause worry. What it is to become aware of it so that you can notice what you may need to do to calm things down so that it doesn't get aggravated or become chronic. Okay. When we clench, our mouth is an activation towards that digestive system. Okay. So when we clench like this, and I don't care if you're doing it during the day, when you're stressed out, whether you're noticing or not, you notice your jaw get a little bit tired or sore, or you notice it when you've been doing it in the night. What happens is you're clenching. When we clench that jaw, that's a big, powerful tool, that jaw. Okay. When we clench it, there's so much energy that impacts not just our teeth, but it actually messes with our airway. And when it messes with our airway, that also too messes with our digestive system, because we need air as well as the water, fluids, and things like that in order to keep this process moving. If we don't have that, then all that happens is we become dehydrated, which then links to fatigue, tiredness, stuckness, and all these different angles. I don't know if any of you have done or had a myofascial release, on your abdomen area or stomach area, and noticed, what kind of release. And it's very subtle, because that myofascia, right, is just right there, able to, it could be holding scar tissue, it could be holding all kinds of emotional memories and toxicity and stickiness with it. And so it's important for, as much as we want to clean that subconscious out, we also have to do ourselves justice by cleaning out and balancing that system, that digestion. The only other thing, and we'll go into this later on in much more detail, but one of the things we have to keep in mind is that we create a problem with our digestive system when we eat cold things. We cause it to halt. We cause it to freeze. It's like a washing machine that is not able to move and go through its processes. Because what happens is we got a temperature that our digestive system is functioning at, and it needs to stay at that temperature and that's in there in order to digest our food properly. not only digesting food, but also digesting information, digesting our emotions, digesting our breath. I mean, you name it. Okay. And so when we add something that's cold, ice cream, something with ice cubes, you know, whatever you can think of that's cold, when we put that in, it actually causes it to freeze in its spot. And then what has to happen, I mean, just think about it, right? What has to happen? If you've frozen something, but it's supposed to be warm at a certain temperature, what's it got to do?
The body has to work hard to bring it up to temperature.
Right. Exactly. So it's now got to put all this extra energy that is yours. It's all your energy. But now what's happening is it's going to an action that in most circumstances it shouldn't have to do. Right? That's all your energy. But yet what's happening is that energy is going to that digestive system to wake it back up, to warm it back up. And for some people that takes longer than others. And particularly if you're someone who eats a lot of protein, whatever kind of protein that is. I mean, obviously, if you're eating meat of any sort, animal product, it's going to take longer to digest that. But protein is one of the ones that gets the biggest problem when we don't allow that temperature to stay what it needs to be in the digestive system. Okay, I'm not saying you can't have your ice cream or your frozen yogurt or even a cold iced tea. Okay, I'm not saying you can't have those things. It's just something, once again, to be aware of, because there's a lot of people, and I'm sure you know some, right, that have a habit of always needing to have a cold something with their meal or even a cold meal. Okay. And I mean, I just touched the tip of the iceberg of this piece. I mean, we'll go into way more detail about this, but I just want to make sure and give you some of that information on the digestive system. So, and yes, Emmanuel, like cold, really cold, you know, vegetables and whatnot. That's why I always suggest people who eat raw diet. I always suggest if you can steam it, steam it. If you're going to eat it raw and you don't want to steam it or do anything with it, then try to get it to room temperature at least before you eat it, to do yourself a big service by making it easier for your digestive system to take it in, do its job with the law of least effort. Okay, the law of least effort, right? You don't want to be expending more energy in ways that you don't need to, right? Because you want to keep it. You want to keep it for all these other things and beautiful things you want to be doing with your life. But if you're causing extra weight, extra, you know, stress and whatnot on your body to where your body's having to, you know, designate more energy over here and more energy over there, well, then somewhere has got to give. Right? Okay. Does anybody have any questions before we go to a quick break? Bethany.
Is this regardless of season? Like in summer, is it a little bit easier on our bodies if we were to have a cool salad for a meal, or is this in all seasons to avoid cold foods?
In honesty, it has to do more so with your constitutional makeup, which again, we'll get into some more of that later down the road, but it does have to do with your constitutional makeup. But seasonal diets and eating what's in season, you know, is and paying attention to that in your local community is, of course, what is the most beneficial. Okay, but we'll get more into all of this lifestyle and eating habits and when to eat them down the road here in the course.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Do you have anything you want to add, Satpurk, before they go to break? Other than we have your practicums next, your mini practicums on the spinal flex? Yeah. Nope. Okay. All right. So go ahead and take a, we'll give you 10 minutes. So 8 minutes break, 2 minutes to get yourself settled and back. All right. Sat Nam, thank you.
Did you have
Are you-
fun?
Huh?
Did you have fun?
Yes.
Good. Sounded
Great.
good.
Sure.
Sounded good. Did you just cover digestive, or did you cover something else too?
So we went over the exam, some exam questions,
Oh, good.
and then through some exercises and movement, we touched on a bit of the different systems.
Oh, cool.
And then yeah, so there's a lot of focus on the digestion, the lymphatic system, and parts of the nervous system.
Mm.
Mhm. So I'm gonna send some
Sorry
more.
to interrupt really quick before I go.
What's that?
Liz, I guess, was in our group. She's in our group chat, and she just said she asked someone to give her the link for the Zoom meeting and said she was removed from the meeting. And I said, do you want me to tell them you're trying to get on? And she said, yes, please. So I'm just giving you that message, and I'm going to my break.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna email her again.
Okay.
Well, actually, okay, it's probably faster if I get to her in Facebook.
Just remind her to log in with her name on her iPhone. Because I get suspicious when people don't do that because you don't know who they are. And even though we're pretty closed situation, you just don't know.
Okay, so she's got the message. I'm resending the link just in case. So, did you, do we need to reopen so she can come in?
I don't know if we need to reopen. I mean, how do
So
we
what I mean is that when you locked her out of the meeting before, so did you force that then? So
Yeah.
that she, okay, so I may have to go into Zoom to make sure that we can.
Yeah, because I texted her and Haridas asked her to, announce who she was. And then after about a half an hour, that still hadn't happened. And I was like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what she, it's hard to know sometimes when they're behind the video and we don't know what they're doing, right?
Well, I don't mind them being behind their video if they
No, but I
just,
mean, we
if
can't
they just
see
put
them.
down their name, put their name, if I knew it was loose, I would have just left it. But since I didn't know who it was and she didn't respond to any request for identification, I just didn't, after a while, it just didn't feel right.
No, yeah, I would do the same thing. Let me just, let's see. Somewhere. Okay. So if she's trying to rejoin, she should be able to rejoin now. I have to turn that setting on and off so that we don't get, let me see if she's tried yet. Oh, I don't know. Let's see.
But she never contacted you this afternoon, right?
No, I kept, when you sent me that message, I kept looking for some kind of message from her, and it actually, it's just now I'm seeing she's messaged me in Facebook.
Yeah, and I sent her an email, a long time ago about it too.
Yeah, she just, so I don't know. Do you know where she lives? I guess maybe it's in here somewhere.
Are you talking about Luce?
Oh, she is in California. What was that?
2 minutes, everybody. 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I know what the passcode is for this meeting. I gotta see. Let's see. I don't know. Does anybody know what the passcode is for this meeting? Because I don't know if I just copy, because I can't get to it
Hold on just a second.
in Zoom because we're in the meeting itself.
633-518.
Hold on. 633-518. How did you get that, Ball Dave? Do you just have it somewhere, or did you?
I went to the screen, the login screen where it has the Aquarian Sadhana and your personal meeting thing.
Yeah.
And I just copied the invitation and pasted it into a Word document. There's an option there. It says start, copy invitation, or edit.
Oh, I see. Okay. I just
copied the invitation, and I mean, it also says show meeting invitation, and It's not
Okay,
in
yeah,
there.
I see it. I just didn't click on it because I just.
Yeah, it's okay. That's why we're a team. That's why we're a team, girl. That's why we're a team.
Got it. So we have 1, 2, see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if Luz comes, that's 7. So we can do small groups of 3 and 4 for the practicum then. If Luz comes, able to. Oh no, we got Lynn in here twice. Okay. Let me see. I'm going to create the breakout rooms now so we have them. Okay, so we got 3 rooms. And let's see. Okay. So Luz is still trying to get in. She's making her way. So we'll do this. Um, 3. Okay. Oh, dear. So she's not able to get in. I don't know why. She says that, you know, meeting password. Not sure.
She's texting with us, and I just texted her to see if she could try logging in through another device. Maybe there's something up with the device she's using.
Yeah. Okay, so what we'll do is If Luzit makes it in, we're going to go ahead and bring her into one of the groups. Right now we have 2 groups. And then what'll happen is, well, number 1, does everybody feel prepared to teach the spinal flex instruction? Yes? Okay. It's a good opportunity for you. And so then Satpurk, myself, and Baldev will just move throughout the rooms. And so you'll see us come in to watch you as you give instruction. Okay, you're going to be, right now, you're in groups of 3. Okay. Does anybody have any questions before we get started? No?
I do. Should they tune in? They should tune in, right? Like if it was a class, right?
Oh, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
So just like it was a class, you're going to start as if it was a class, and the only exercise you're teaching is spinal flex.
How many minutes does each person have?
So there's 3 of you. So we're going to allow, what, is 25 minutes enough, you think, Baldev?
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay, so we're going to start with 25 minutes. So you'll split that because, you know, give yourself time to get settled in the room and then see who's going to take, you know, who's going to go first. All right. So you'll probably have, that will give you about 8 minutes.
Yeah, 8 to 10 minutes per person.
Yeah.
Because there's 3 groups of 2, right?
Yes. No, there's 2 groups of 3.
Oh, 2 groups of 3. Oh, okay. All right. So with 2 groups of 3, they probably need, well,
We can just do a half an hour. We'll do 30
yeah, do a
minutes
half an hour, and each person gets 10 minutes. Right.
that way.
And somebody should keep a timer so that, you know, if just to be safe, on the safe side, and because
Yeah,
otherwise
yeah.
it could run over really easy. Or short is okay because then we can talk about it, but long is not okay.
And so you'll be doing the spinal flex. So you're going to have your student or your partner be doing the spinal flex for 3 minutes. Okay. And so, like I said, I think in the instructions before, you could use that time to hold the space or perhaps provide benefits about spinal flex.
And are we doing spinal flex on sitting down on the heels as well, or just one or the other?
Just an easy pose, just the most basic, just the most basic.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay.
All right. So I'll move you into your breakout rooms. Okay, so Satpurk, have you done this before, gone enjoying the breakout rooms before? I can't hear you.
I've just been added to breakout rooms. I haven't jumped to breakout rooms before.
Okay, so you've been made a co-host, right? So if you look down at the bottom of the screen, you could
Yeah.
see breakout rooms.
Yes.
What you can do is this, so what we'll do is we'll be moving around between the 2 rooms. And so if you open up the breakout rooms, you'll see room 4 and 5.
Okay.
And you just choose there to the right, you'll join one.
Okay.
And it'll take a few seconds to cycle, and then you'll get put in there.
Okay.
And then you stay there until you're ready to move on to the next room. And so during this, since there's going to be 3 going in each classroom, so then we're going to just go back and forth between them.
Okay.
To monitor them and how they're doing and how they're teaching.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thanks.
And then we'll come back here in about a half an hour. Okay. I'll keep track of this main room as well in case Luce shows up, because we can't chat from this room. We can't see anything.
Right.
So, all right. All right. Well, and sometimes we'll be in the same room together, obviously. So,
right.
And we're just, I think the only thing we're not doing that you may have experienced last training is that we're holding off on giving feedback until after the practicums are all done.
Until all,
We're just
you mean all the practicums today or all the practicums ever?
no, just today.
Oh, okay.
So after that
Yes.
half an hour, when they all come back, that's when we talk, ask them about how they feel and their feedback, and then we give them their feedback. So in the meantime, we're taking notes and just seeing what we notice. So we're looking at everything from how they're dressed, the typical things, but as well as camera angles is also something we have to be aware of. Okay.
Okay.
Anything else you want to add to that, Baldave, or?
No, I think we'll do fine. I think it'll be fine. I mean, just, we're just there to observe and then make notes, as you said, and then, and just let it flow. And if, we'll talk about if there's any issues and, keep it positive. Otherwise,
off we go.
Okay.
Let's see.
Asad, I'm sorry, how do I get in a breakout room? I look at it, but I'm not really sure how to get in.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so why are these closing? Okay, so the breakout rooms are down at the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay, so you open them up.
Yes.
I don't know, for some reason it's saying they're going to close in 13 seconds. I don't even know how that happened.
I know. I was like, wait a minute, this is really weird. They're going to be all coming back here.
Yeah, so we're going to have to wait and we're going to have to put them back in again. So I'm not sure what's happened. So I'm going to change the options.
It's okay, folks. It's just a technical difficulty. It'll all be squared away momentarily.
Okay.
We're just testing your nerves.
Yeah, I apologize. Okay. Okay. So we're going to try this again. Okay, so I'm going to open up the rooms, and it looks like Baldave, you're in one, so you're going to probably go with them. Here we go. Okay. So can you see the room, Satpuk?
Yeah.
Okay.
I open it. Okay.
So you can just choose one to join.
So if I push on it, room
So
5,
in room 5, you just click on join.
or Baldev's in that one, so I'll join room 4.
Okay.
But where's the join button?
You should see it on the same line as room 4. So it should say join.
No, it doesn't. It just has 3 people. Oh, there it is. Okay, I see. Never mind. Okay, thank you so much, Sadhari. Sorry.
No worries. Takes time. Okay. All right.
Okay, what y'all think? Pretty good, huh?
Yeah. They all should be coming back here.
Lynn, I just got to say, you held it together even though the dog tore the place apart.
Her toy is just like it's destroyed. Thank you. Well, Dave. Should be here pretty soon. Luz was not able to make it, so I'm not sure why, but have to check into that later. Satnam, welcome back. So, how did it feel doing your second mini practicum? Feel free to open your mics and just share how it was for you.
That was my first time chanting in front of other people by myself on Zoom. So it felt like ripping the Band-Aid off in a good way. I'm like, okay, I've done it now. It's not that scary. It's fine. So it was just good practice for me. And I really like watching my peers and picking up from what they do too. So that was fun. I like that a lot.
Thank you.
I was
Emmanuel
nervous.
or Lynn? You're nervous, Lynn?
I was nervous. Yeah, and then when I'm nervous, my brain goes into high gear. It's like, okay, what about this? What about that? And what about this? So I kept trying to recenter myself. And there we go. And then my dog came in and I have all this behind me now.
Thank you.
I was also nervous. Yeah, more so than the last time. So like there were things I planned to say, which then I forgot to do. But I really enjoyed learning from all the little things that like everyone did. And it was kind of like, oh, I can take that, I can take this. And then like, I realized the tuning in part, like telling the class to inhale, then exhale, and then coordinating what I want to do next. That's not very smooth yet. So I'm probably having some people like holding their breath a little too long while I'm figuring out what the next thing to do is. But I know it'll come with time. So that's one area I can definitely work on now. Yeah.
I can share. Yeah, I really enjoy the like different teaching styles everybody has. I don't really feel like I have one yet. I keep it pretty basic, and I think that I don't know, it helps me just kind of like stay on my path, and I just kind of do what I'm supposed to do. But I really would like to start figuring out like what my teaching style is. So I was just thinking like maybe I should start teaching myself in my morning practice, like kind of talking my way through it, so that, because I don't like have any additional things I want to add. And I really liked what Lynn and Julia both did. I mean, I think you guys did excellent. So yeah, I just think I need to get used to it by doing these practicums. That's really going to help.
Nice.
I'll go. It was interesting. I've been teaching all day, but something different, you know, and so it was kind of cool to shift gears. And it's one of the reasons I want to do this is like to help also take some of this into my other teaching, and because it's a very sound way of teaching, I think. One thing that I really enjoyed learning from the other people in my group as well, and you know, it's great because it gives you like, it cues you with an attached like time signature memory of like what I might say next time, and that's a great learning tool. It was interesting for me to find a balance between holding space and giving information. I think that that's a fun practice to cultivate. So yeah, I enjoyed it. I was a little bit seat on my pants, and I think I got the order wrong on the sundown, but it was good. I enjoyed it. Yeah.
Bethany or Stavrola?
I was a little nervous at the beginning. I don't remember if I told you guys, when I started doing Kundalini, I was reading it. So all the chants have a special tune that's from my mind. So I was very nervous in you know, tuning in and saying it the way I say it in my mind, because it sounds different than how other people say it. So I get a little nervous about that. It was good. I think it was good. Other than that, I appreciated seeing the people in my group, you know, doing it their way, because you do see things that you think, oh, I can say it like that too, or I can do it like that. So I think the experience is really good and positive, and we get a lot from it.
Nice, very good. Glad to hear that. Bethany?
Oh, I already shared at the beginning about chanting in front of people being like kind of an vulnerability edge. So I'm so happy to have it over with. So,
All right. Well, you know, it's really nice to hear where you were, and also seeing the shifts in you since doing your last practicum. So Satpurk, Baldev, do you have any observations or feedback you'd like to share?
Well, I thought everybody did a great job. I mean, I really did. The only thing I did notice is that when you explain the posture, you got to make sure that you explain that the shoulders kind of stay still, and really the thing that moves is the base of the spine. So the shoulders are moved, but they're not like, they don't move down and they don't move back. They just kind of sit there, and they just kind of move kind of naturally as they go through that. I noticed that some people were saying you have to concave your back when you come forward, and other convex it on the way back. And it's really just, the movement is at the base of the spine. And so that's where you want to get the juice to be generated from, is at that base of the spine, so that you can get the energy moving from that, really this base of the spine, that first chakra, from that, you know, base of the energy. Like, all the energy starts at the spine, right? So all of our energy moves from the spine up and then back down, right? So you want to make sure that you explain that what you want to make sure is that part loosens up. And that's really, because what happens is, in so many classes you say spinal flex, and everybody's like, oh, I'm going to flex my whole spine. And yeah, that's cat cow. So you just have to be aware of that. And then I think some of you did a great job in saying keeping the neck straight and holding the neck in a little bit so it has a light lock on it. So that was really good. And somebody even said pulling a slight Molbon, which also was really good. The only other thing I would say, and I don't know if we've covered this yet, is wearing socks. So one of the things as you get into be teachers is you want to encourage your students not to wear socks because it doesn't give them the opportunity to let their whole body feel the energy of their space, because you can't get as grounded if your socks are on. Whereas when you stand or sit, the energy can go through your body, starting at your feet and going up from there. And when you wear your socks, the energy can't do that. So that's, we kind of like ask people not to wear socks. Well, we don't kind of ask, we do ask people not to wear socks during Kundalini Yoga. So I just wanted to share that tidbit of information because I don't think we ever covered that. So, but yeah, I think everybody did a great job. I mean, I think, you know, it was great. Lynn sang very well, you know, got over her fright of speaking or singing. I think that was great. I just think everybody did a great job. You know, I just, you know, big improvement over last time. And the confidence level is fantastic. And I really love Stravola. She told us we were going to chant Om Namo Gurudev Namo before she started chanting, which is great. The only one thing is someone also said, you know, concentrate on your Ajna chakra. And I immediately wrote, what is that? You have to remember who your audience is, because you want to make sure that if you're using terms that you're comfortable with, are the people you're talking to also understand those terms? Because if they don't know what that is, they're going to look at you like you got 4 ears and 8 eyes, and they're going to be like, say what? What's my Ajna chakra? What am I supposed to be doing with my Ajna? Where's my Ajna? So just, and that goes for any kind of language that you use that is not common, right? Make sure that people understand what that is. Because, you know, you'll say pull Molbon and they're like, say what? Or even if you say root lock, and you might have people in class who've never done root lock before, and you have to really explain and be comfortable with saying rectum, sex ovaries, and navel point, you know, just like that. Just because otherwise they're going to be like, again, Ajna, root chak, root, it's the same. It's like a foreign language, right? Because our language is what guides them into excellence. And that's, you know, you have to use that so that it communicates to them. You're not talking for yourself, you're talking for them. So that's the only thing I would say that we all have to work on all the time. And I know Emmanuel said, you know, he was afraid that he was going to leave things out. I do that all the time. It just happens. And the other thing is I get spaced out sometimes and forget, is this 3 minutes? Have we been 4 minutes? Even with the clock on, I was like, oh, I forget to put the clock on. So things happen. You just have to, you know, do your best. And that's all that counts.
Satpurk, you want to share?
Oh, sure. Really great job. I just stayed in one room because I just kind of wanted to focus. And I really enjoyed each person's personal kind of flavor, how they taught it. I guess for me, one thing is you know, I look in the book and there's basic spinal series. I don't know if you taught that yet or if you guys have but it's like, it's very interesting because the way you do spinal flex very in all these different ways. And the subtleties of that is something that that I was just noticing to look at, because sometimes it's like when I read the first one, it's like you bring actually your chest, you know, just things like that. And you guys are just starting, you all are just starting. And I thought you all did fantastic. And then it's amazing how you can just take one basic movement and then you look at your thing in your book, and there's many ways actually to do spinal flanks. And I was like, wow, there's quite the variety of subtlety of like keeping your arm straight or not. And so interesting to note that even like a simple little warm up like that can have a range and just something to think about. But I thought you guys all did great, and I was enchanted with all your different styles, and made me really happy.
Thank you, Baldev and Satpur. So yeah, it was just noticing the improvement from last weekend to this weekend. Each and every one of you, your radiance has grown, literally. Your projection has grown just over the last 2 weekends, okay? And so you have to understand you're in process, and even if you're not noticing it, it is noticeable, these shifts and changes and transformation within you. And I concur, with what Satpurk said and Baldev. Even though your nervousness is there, once you tap into that golden chain and the protective mantra, you're centered, you're there, and you need to trust where you're going. Okay, so when Emmanuel, when you said there's some things that I forgot or things I wish I would have said, well, that's one way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it is that since you tuned in, you gave the information you were meant to give. You gave the instruction you were meant to give. So part of this is also starting to trust yourself as a teacher, as you're becoming this teacher, and noticing. Because some of that information, we have all these ideas in our head when we practice and prepare to teach, but the room, our energy, all of that, can shift in a matter of moments once we tune in and bring ourselves present with that class, and we go the direction that needs to be done, and trust that process. Okay. And giving nice instruction. And I don't know in the new manuals, but I know in the old manual, you can go into the back and you can see the postures if you haven't looked at it. And so you can see, precisely how to do them.
That's in the front of the new manuals.
It's not?
It's in the front of the new manuals.
Oh, the front of the new manuals. Okay, good. So spinal flex, or known as camel ride, is what you did today that you could do in rock pose or easy pose, and keeping that chin slightly locked and parallel, and you're just kind of like you're riding back and forth as if you're riding on a camel, right? And so it's important to take a peek at that before you teach, and make sure you know some particular checkpoints, because the resources are there for you. And Lynn, I am sorry, but I can hardly believe that you personally were nervous, because I could tell you had lots of energy, but what you had to say, and you brought in the benefits, you brought people into themselves, not just with the instruction, but continually tuning them in, to aspects of their form, their body, their breath, taking them through, and even with the dog thing going on, you held the space nicely. So even though you feel nervous, try not to look at that as something that's wrong. Try to just notice that as energy, okay? Without having a judgment of whether it's something that's not right, or something that is right. Try to look at it from an observation standpoint, and just, plant yourself and trust the process. One of the other notes I have that I was thinking of is Emmanuel. So this is just more of a personal thing. When I saw you practicing, when someone else was teaching, when I saw you practicing the spinal flex, I noticed, and this is something to be aware of for your students. So I noticed that your knees were higher than your hips. Okay, so that's going to cause issues with your whole back, your lower back and hips. So it's important that you either find the support that you need so those knees are lower than the hips so that you can move more freely and more relaxed, because when your knees are up, then you're in more of a stressful, tension provoking position. And it makes it hard for you to have that fluidity of moving. Whereas if you like sit on a block, a bolster or something, you know, could be helpful.
Yeah,
But,
thanks. I sit on a cushion about half the time during spinal flex, and when I don't, it's like I'm falling backwards the whole time.
yeah, it's crucial actually, you know, for our body alignment to make sure that when we're in those positions that our knees are lower than our hips. Because it really, it messes with your whole sacrum, your buttocks, your sitting bones, and in particular lower back, and can cause pain, you know. And so it's something to keep in mind, especially, you know, because you're going to notice students. And so you might be reminding them, you know, to get themselves a cushion, a bolster, a pillow, something that allows them to relax their knees down and their hips to be higher. Other than that, I mean,
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in and say the same thing. And, you know, it's like students might get embarrassed by it, but, you know, really stress that it's so important, because everything she just said is really crucial to being able to do the exercise in a comfortable way, in a correct way. And also, especially when you're going to try to meditate, you know, having that extra pressure on your spinal and your sit bones during meditation is just, it makes the process much more arduous than it needs to be. So even if if you have to be up, if you have to even be up 12 inches higher, whatever it takes, just make sure your knees get level or below your hips, and just whatever that is, because you'll find it'll be a huge difference in your ability to meditate and do the exercises. So I can't, that's great point, Sadhari. Thanks.
so for the next 2 weeks, you get to prepare for your next mini practicum, which is alternate nostril breathing. Okay. And we're just, again, focusing on the basics, focusing on holding space. And, what's key when we're teaching online, because I know, Emmanuel, you were talking about, with a laptop versus at your workstation and whatnot, what's key is that you can give the instruction and do your best to demonstrate it. Okay. But that's one of the key things, is using your words and being able to deliver the instruction. You will find some Kundalini yoga teachers giving instruction, and they may show the position once, and then they'll just sit still. They may remind with their instruction, but they're using their projection and they're using their words. So this is why it's important for you get the language down and how to do it in a nice concentrated fashion, because you have a limited time to give these mini practicums. So you get concise with your words and your delivery. Okay. So yeah, alternate nostril breathing. Well, you got actually a couple things, right? You've got the practicums for the alternate nostril breathing, and you're going to start leading sadhana. Who's excited? Yes? Okay. I'm really excited because it's just, you know, you all are ready. I mean, you're all moving in the right direction. And I hope you all are taking selfies every weekend of the training, the same clothes, same spot, same lighting, every weekend, because trust me, you are going to see this transformation once all those pictures are together. I'll be grabbing them from you at some point down the road, but that's why you're taking them. So it's important to do it every weekend, okay? So that you can see your growth, you know, feel your growth, but also be able to notice the changes that you see actually just from looking at your beautiful faces and bodies. Anything you want to add before